All right. Hello, everyone. We're going to kick this old school. No intro screen or nothing. We just can get straight to the good stuff, right? No. Straight to me sipping on this wonderful, wonderful coconut water. How's everyone doing today? Yeah? Everyone doing good? Mm-mm-mm. That's some good coconut water. Yeah, come say hi in the chat. Some of you say hi really early. It's 5:30 a.m. my time, but it's cool that you can chat before the stream even starts. Yeah, not late. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey. Hey. Awesome to see everyone here. Yeah, we're gonna have some fun today, I hope. I don't know. I It's an interesting one because I feel like a little bit out of date on some stuff. Um because I haven't been keeping up. I've been working on things that are, tricky. Um but on the other hand, like I feel like this stream has a real opportunity to go off the rails and where you go really deep on something, you know? You know? So, yeah, I mean, that has its own danger, right? Yeah. Hey, hey, Johnny. Yeah. Happy Friday. Yeah. How long has it been? It's been like a month, and it wasn't my intention. I just some events kind of happened on Fridays. Um, my daughter had like the singing thing one time, and it just kind of turned out that way. I was like trying to think of an idea for a stream, and I could get into it. And the thing is, I've been writing a lot of like hack MDs and working through lots of really cool ideas, and we might find some time to talk about those today as well. But it just I warned you all back in February that I wouldn't be streaming as much because trying to get you know work done. Um, Obviously, SolidStart release was a big push the last little while, but in general, while stuff is happening at a rapid rate, it tends to happen in bursts. I do like using the calmer times to showcase some of the really cool projects out there in the ecosystem, like talking about Lightning JS, seeing Solid powering, TVs, Comcast, stuff like that is really cool. Oh God, how good does it feel? Oh, so good. This is the problem is when you're getting towards that like last bit where you're trying to push something across the finish line, you're like, dude, you hold it up a bit longer. Like there's a couple bugs that one particular that have just been driving me nuts, but I knew that like it wasn't going to get fixed in time of like my target release window. And it was just like, okay, like it sucks, but it will get fixed. And we just got to move forward on it, right? So I'm very glad. I started SolidStart in 2021. I mean, technically, I was looking into stuff over Christmas of 2020 time period, um, but like Vite 2 came out, and I was like, okay, they support. I moved off Snowpack. I made a couple issues for Fred over there for a bit, but then I like moved off Snowpack, and then I was like, okay, let's do this. And then like a lot of the core ideas actually showed up in that early version. They're a little different. I think even before Solid 1.0 release, we had actions. They weren't the compiled RPC, server stuff that we have today. That's what Nikhil added about almost a year later. But I like the basic patterns that I wanted to follow there were there in that first version. I used it to show off streaming on the edge for Cloudflare, and then for Cell when they launched it, and Netlify. Right, we were their first streaming framework on all of those platforms. Um, but to go from those awesome prototypes to the actual like release version was actually pretty difficult. I really hate making opinionated decisions and working through this stuff, and I think we did a pretty good job. But I mean, it's always challenging. A lot of people were just like, just pull the trigger, stamp it, ship it. We'll worry about this in V2. And I was like, yeah, but I don't want to set the wrong expectations. So yes, it's been a lot. I've been learning some just reading Twitter last week. I hope so. I think there's been some really good high level debates about a lot of topics, and I want to get into them this week. That's why this can go a lot of ways depending on where you all are with me, chat, so to speak. Thank you. Yeah, very long time. Oh, what's the bug? Adding new routes during basically if you have a catch-all route, it will serve up the old code, so you end up in this weird place where um, the new page gets added, and either the client or the server serves up the 404 page, and then the hydration doesn't match. So you get a hydration error, and like it doesn't go away. It's like cached in some weird way, and it's nerve wracking as hell because you can actually fix it by either turning on and off the dev server or actually going in um, the browser and actually disabling like basically like refreshing on the cache. I didn't notice this as much right away because I always run cache off, but like it's really frustrating because like what's the first thing you do when you get a meta framework and you want to try something? You like add a new route and everybody crashing on that. I just picture all the like I'm trying SolidStart for the first time. Oh, what hydration error? It's a nightmare scenario. The bug itself isn't like when you're actually building the stuff isn't that big of a deal, but it's like literally the worst bug possible for the like I'm a new developer. I just opened the CLI. I'm going to start SolidStart today. It's like literally the worst bug. Nice, nice. Hype train. Okay, yeah. Thanks for giving me know what's going on Twitch. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Level 2 hype train. Thank you very much for people who've been subscribing. Who do we got here? We got Dev subscribe. Thank you. Hernan YVV. Whoa, Dev, 15 months. Very appreciative. XD was taken. Subscribe with Prime. Remember that you can always subscribe with Prime if you have a Prime account. It's a free sub to one of your favorite channels. Badger Dev, 16 months. Wow. Whew. Thank you very much for subs. Very much appreciated. Caching. Next has been changing some stuff on their caching. Might talk about it, might not. Let's keep on going. Yeah. It's just a dev bug. We have more of those because we built this fancy dev layer with Vinxi. More bugs on the dev side, definitely. Anyway, we got some people on the stream now. We got over 100. I guess I could get started. I probably should retweet that we're live, eh? Yeah. I mean, I have so much to cover today. I'm not even 100% sure where I want to start. I made some notes, but the notes are not. I don't think the notes are going to get us to where we need to get to, so to speak. I think there's just, stuff. Present, share screen. Watch this be like been so long that I won't even remember that I share my screen. Okay, it worked. Huh. Good. I like putting Twitch for the live link because it's just a better interaction, I think. I don't know. If you're on YouTube, please hit the like button. Helps a ton. Okay? Like an enormous amount. Kind of unsettling amount, actually. But yes. Anyways. I'm live. Twitch TV. Florence. Is that even my right? Yeah, it looks right. Okay. Thank you. I like seeing stuff like and we're live, but I don't care. I'm just lazy. Twitch is better. All right. Well, that's good to know. All right. I love this approach to solid for newcomers. The thing I think is missing for a good glossary of all the terminology in the space, it's not well defined anywhere. Yeah, and I'm not much help here. It's funny. I just did a podcast this morning, and or it was like a meetup thing where I met, and it was an Angular audience, and I'm like presenting my normal stuff, and I was like, oh, yeah, this is probably just missing a little bit. Like I think take some time to stop. It's because Angular is a community that actually has a slightly like some of the stuff is now kind of uniting, but classically they've had a bit of difference in jargon. Like they use different terminology for different stuff, and certain areas haven't been as explored. So like when I was like sitting there talking about like, you know how I jump between all the frameworks like rapidly. This is my problem. I talk to people. I expect everyone to know React, most people to know Svelte or Vue, and so like it's definitely like I was like pausing a moment. I'm like, crap. Like, am I actually making any sense to anyone? Am I like, yeah, Angular is a bit of a gap for me. I had Minko come on stream and teach me about dependency injection and stuff, but and obviously the reactivity and the signal stuff I get, but historically I know less about Angular than most of the frameworks. Most of the other frameworks, I feel comfortable sitting with the framework authors in a panel or subbing in for them to answer questions. Angular is not one of those frameworks. Yeah, there's an insane amount. Mm-mm. And the train's still going? Thank you. Thank you. Talk today was great. Good. Okay, so at least I made some sense. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. We got more subs coming in. Uh, oh man. You guys are sorry, I just saw what Dev posted. You guys are having too much fun with the memes. I mean, I'm not surprised, but like oh man. It does feel a little mean, doesn't it? I don't know. There's been a lot of conversation about what fine grained reactive or reactivity means this week, and we'll talk about it. Um, it's just yeah. Uh, React is reactive. They need that. They're trying to find. I understand why they're trying to find a place here. It is funny the whole community kind of built out around this stuff. To be fair, I don't know the order of these hands. I feel like maybe Ember might have maybe out of these ones, Ember was probably first to have some kind of fine grained reactive system. Probably. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. But and we'll talk a bit about what this means today. There's been some like really it's hard to I guess to be the popular solution. Sometimes you invite the conversation, you don't realize it. Like I saw something the other day, like this one, like I have to admit, I get the sentiment behind this. It's just like it's a bit overkill because it's like not supposed to be the same thing. So like in a sense, I think the problem is we've gone to a point where the dialogue suggests that we're comparing the same solutions. I don't know who's wholly responsible for that. I think it might be because everyone's like signals, and they're like, we have our own thing. But we've now got to a point where it's like kind of obvious these aren't quite the same things, and people are like, yeah, I don't know. It is tricky because like almost everything in solids ethos these days and signals ethos in general has been like let's keep things minimalist, right? I've spoken very much publicly about my concern around compilers and stuff, like obviously Svelte went a bit more that way or whatever, but like about layers and abstraction and all this, and how much I valued React's early principles and stuff. So like I get where there's like this audience that like sees, I don't know what this is like. Is this supposed to say they added 358,000 lines of code for the compiler or something? I mean, it's not like that's the code you shipped, to the browser, but like it is still something, right? I think I made a meme a while ago where I showed like a iceberg, like the Titanic iceberg, and showed like the compiler being the thing underneath the water, so to speak. But like it is very interesting, you know. There's a Rust code, so it's clearly better. Oh man. Yeah. Thing you learned, yeah, they compiling before hooks were released. Well, it was probably like on the consideration. See, people have to remember, if immutable, anyone who's working with a mutable system, and this, you don't have to look at JavaScript. You can look at other languages, like functional language and stuff. Immutable is by its nature less efficient. Like it's like the physics of it. So the tricky part and the fun part of it sometimes is figuring out how to make the intent, like what you're trying to do, obvious enough, like, and conveyable enough. I don't know if that's a word, that you can kind of optimize under the hood. Take something that looks immutable, but actually like cheat and add mutability in certain places so you can improve performance, right? Or persistence. Like think about, like, React doesn't actually re-render everything, right? Obviously memoization is a classic technique, but it's like the way you use hooks and stuff is a little bit, like, React components are not actually pure functions completely because of hooks. I mean, you can view it as like, there's a bunch of gray area that you can kind of leverage here to kind of get the ultimate results you want, right? They have a vision and a direction they want to take, and I thought this was actually covered pretty good. We'll get to that though. That's what I said. We can go all over the map here, because there's some Q&A maybe we can look at from React Conf. We can look at Dan Abramov's conversation there maybe in a bit, or sort of talk. I mean, one of the interesting things for me was I was at Google I/O during React Conf, so I kind of actually missed everything. And it was, a different environment. I watched some stuff from Angular, heard some new web dev stuff, a lot about AI. But like in the background, React's just like dropping all the hits, the new remix stuff and or React router stuff. So I think for my own sake, I'm gonna have to spend some time doing catch up, and I hope you don't mind doing that catch up with me. Sorry, off topic. What time zone you live in? I'm West Coast. I'm in California. Talk about compilers. I'm just catching up with chat here. Sorry, give me a second. Mm. Yeah, but forget is saying that you don't have to write code for it not to be executed. I can't wait to get my PhD in React. Well, I, if you forget about, it's an interesting tension we have here as a framework author, because I I built Solid not worrying that much about newcomers. React is obviously popular, so they are, and what they're trying to do here is bridge the gap between the PhD people and the newcomers in a way that is both elegant for the PhD people, but also like simple or easy enough for the newcomers to come in and not like shoot themselves in the foot too terribly. It's always the gap that's interesting on that progression. See, frameworks historically have always taken different approaches to it. I think the problem is if you take a very primitives based approach like React always has, and you have all these small pieces, so to speak, at the beginning it's great, but at a certain point you will accumulate pieces. It's unavoidable. So, like, at a certain point, abstraction is probably a necessary evil. It makes things less simple, but it might make things easier. And you you don't have the luxury of being able to just shift your model or change your boundaries all the time, right? So, if React was written from scratch today, maybe some of those early things could have been done differently which would mean we'd have less pieces today, which would mean we wouldn't need to be here yet. I think it's natural in terms of the life cycle, but it's also why we get new things, right? Things evolve, new, simpler things come out. We shift the boundaries a bit, and it's just constant shifting. All right, so let's look here. Enough of the silly memes. I get it. You know, while I feel like this is being really mean to React on a certain point, I feel like they may have, for better or worse, invited this conversation. So I'm gonna stay somewhat neutral on this. It wasn't like I was like going around retweeting these things. It is interesting to see community response, and I'll take that with measure. But yeah, this stream really starts here with, funny enough, React core team member Ricky dropping this bomb of a tweet saying, like, look at all that's happened in the last week or so, right? Some of these topics I know a lot about, or I know enough to talk about. Some of these topics I don't know as much and probably don't care as much, but I think we can just, together with this, plus, maybe some bookmarks that I've collected over time. It's funny, I'm not zoomed in. I think it's because they changed to that X finally officially, that my tabs are not zoomed in enough, so that server-side events are another great technology you can't use if you choose serverless. I don't think that's true. I think it depends. You can't use it like fully like a WebSocket stream for long periods of time, but I've been thinking of some really cool stuff you can do with server-side events. Okay, let's go back in time here. When was the last time I streamed? Oh yeah, that was cool too. Okay, I think we caught up. Okay, so okay. SDUI has a good chance of being the next big buzzword. What is SDUI? Yeah. Server-driven UI. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I guess we could talk about that a little bit. Yeah, I mean, there's a few things, and actually, it's funny you mentioned the XO RSCs because that's probably the topic, like out of all of them, that I probably didn't look at, and probably, let's see, Evan Bacon, right? That's who's behind this. Okay. I mean, RSCs and mobile make a ton of sense because I feel in a lot of ways we might not even be looking at RSCs if it weren't for mobile. Like at eBay, and I imagine a lot of large companies have this, we had something called the experience service, and it actually sends descriptions of components because every company wants their design systems on mobile and web and everything all to match in their interfaces, but we're dealing with different technologies. So like it's not always easy. You have specific components for the specific platform you got to deal with, and but syncing up design changes is a pain in the it's just a huge pain. So a lot of them have these like almost descriptive things, and in some ways it's less efficient than just like rendering it in the first place. But this power gives the ability to drastically simplify these kind of approaches, because now almost like on the web you're just serving up like the view, the components and whatnot. So I'm not surprised at all to see RSCs make it to mobile. It's a logical place for them to be. I guess the part is that some people did not expect it because they were like server, like web. But I mean, and because we view, applications, like mobile apps generally as like application size, but um, everything has a back end, right? If you want to synchronize data, right? Even if mobile kind of usually takes an offline first type of approach, if your site is actually based largely on web content, like a Facebook or whatnot, like you're going to these APIs all the time. So like being able to control the UI that way makes a ton of sense. Same thing with eBay auction site. Like there's just things that are conceptually primarily websites instead of like productivity tools are going to want this. So yeah, I think if that's the thing, I think that makes a lot of sense. Every big company have their own stupid. RSCs is one of the first standards for it. Unlocks so much cool shit on mobile. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's an interesting thought process, right? Because when you look at stuff like RSCs, your first thought is like why like to use HTML, right? Because it's already like a serialization format the web understands. There's a lot of like you already have the tools that generate it presumably. So why not use HTML? And you can use HTML well actually. It's funny, some reasons because of the way Solid's designed. I had some fun looking at HTML and how to best optimize it, but like were I a VDOM framework like Preact, I would very much be able to easily whip together something that works like RSCs using pure HTML and probably do a very good job at it. In fact, if I was Preact and I didn't care about React's concurrent features, I'm pretty sure you could hit the holy grail trifecta in terms of performance with an HTML based solution. I think it's possible also with stuff like Solid, but it takes a lot more. It takes a little bit more work. But that all being said, there's clearly benefits for platforms that don't understand HTML to not use HTML. It is interesting though in the mobile space where, like even native script uses HTML type abstractions like Dominator to mobile. So like part of me wonders if HTML as a serialization format might just persist over into mobile anyway because of like how much tooling exists on web already, and people might be like kind of inclined to go that way. But I mean, that's another topic. Yeah, there's a lot of discussion going on. I'm having a hard time seeing it. And in StreamYard, I actually don't get the tags. Side note, so like I I guess I can go back to to Twitch and try and find them. Server-driven UI is a very, very old idea. Fine-grained updates also not new ideas. All these come in cycles. Yeah, tricky not to control by hypertrends. Instead, use the best approach to the problem solving. Yeah, I mean, yes. Generally, yes. The thing is, because these things are always at different points of where they are in the cycle, it's not like they all, and because you build more than this, like a single application might have multiple facets to it. Usually it's more like it's not necessarily pick the best tool for the job completely, more of like pick a tool and just hope it kind of spans across the distance well enough, right? Which is why I have a lot of patience for tools like React, which can generally do most things generally pretty well. Anyway, but yes, a lot of old ideas resurfacing. Well, it's because a lot of times technology exists, but it's not the right time. Like maybe some other change pushes it forward. Like another funny one along this lines is I sometimes think that like we wouldn't have stuff like server components if we had stateful servers, like we were talking about the server sent events. But you know, serverless functions, infrastructure expanding out that way has pretty much defined the direction of the web. Why you might not use a Phoenix Live view and why you would use a system like say server components are partial hydrating kind of solutions, which are stateless. So yeah, this is there's always going to be a lot of noise or FUD around the whole these kind of topics. But funnily enough, if you look, like, out of order streaming is my favorite. It's been around since like 1997, and we just keep on coming back to it. I think finally it's become de facto, but it took quite a long time. Anyway, yeah, yeah. I mean, I know there's a lot of interest in this topic. Um, it is definitely of interest. The tricky part, obviously, is trying to figure out the impact on the web. I think AI might be ultimately the reason that server-driven AI or say server-driven UI becomes more of a thing, right? There's always like a catalyst which took one idea that before and it didn't quite get there. Right. All right. Another question before I get too sidetracked here. What is it? Here's what I asked. Current ecosystem libraries development can easily work with vanilla, whereas uses to React quite commonly custom manipulation. What do you think about that? I don't think. I mean, everybody has refs. I think there's like a slight niceness when your components don't re-render, so that you can kind of just write some code in your component and be like, oh, I'm using some vanilla JS stuff, and it feels easier because you're like, I don't have to worry about it. I'm not thinking about React here. I'm just doing my thing. So I just go, okay, now I'm in this zone. And with React, you have to worry about React's render cycle even when you're like outside, and it's kind of like, but you just get a ref, you use an effect, and you're kind of done with it. So like that's why they make wrappers. So it's like you don't need the wrappers, but you make the wrappers and React so that it feels like React. Whereas in these other libraries, you kind of just don't make the wrappers because it doesn't feel contradictory to just go in there and just add stuff like that. So I mean, is it harder to do? I don't think so. I think it's just a preference. It's kind of, you know, it's like a purist thing. It's like when you go talk to FP programmers. Yeah, yeah, no, exactly. It's not harder to do. It's just like I think it's a preference thing in terms of API. It's not easy. I mean, is it the life cycle then? Like I feel like React gives you this tool with use effect that's just like stick me on the outside. Like you have to like be aware of this, but it's like I guess like I don't know. Pain and blood, yeah. Yeah. So anyway, um, I don't know if I have much to say other than this makes a ton of sense to me. Um, I think it's a cool tool. I'm still struggling with server components on the web, so I'll hold anything beyond that, which is why this topic's probably, it makes a lot of sense, but why I have very little to say about it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, getting the AI needs ways to, so something like, yeah, yeah. AI is in the background is sort of driving a lot of stuff right now. I think. I mean, it's not. I think it's kind of obvious it is. I think partially even why we're talking about server persistent state and all this stuff too. It's this desire of the current model not being interactive enough, which is interesting. We've been spending so much time with our frameworks trying to go to the left side of the spectrum. Um, do you know what I mean when I say the left side? There was that chart that Fred from Astro always talked about, even talked about on our stream. I think he showed it on our stream, but he was too scared to post it because he thought like everyone would hate on him. Where he was trying to put the frameworks into categories based on their holotypes, like from portfolio to Figma. And I always put like the portfolios on the left side and Figma on the right side of the spectrum. And we've been working really hard to make things easy enough that people want to pick up our tools on the left side. So you can make your blog site. There's so many more customers there in the content side, marketing, advertising side. That's why RSCs are the way they are. They aren't the best for apps. They're actually better for low interaction stuff. They scale up to apps perhaps, but that's like not where you're, in my opinion, where you're making the win, which is an interesting observation when talking about mobile, which are very application like. But again, this is, I mean, it's kind of like micro front ends, like the need for the component AIs or the component based server driven UI. I don't feel like it's an optimistic choice. It's like or optimized choice. It's a choice because of need, right? Um, because of some requirement. And generally, what I'm kind of getting at is that we've been working so hard to go left, where everything indicates that, over time, we all generally move right. We generally want more interaction. We all want more JavaScript, so to speak. So yeah, it's a very interesting tension right now, and it helps understand why we're seeing a lot of passing ships right now, where people are just like not getting these concepts, because it's like, why do you suddenly care about going left? There's a whole audience that's like constantly looks right. Right. So somehow we got talking about AI, and I am not an AI expert. I am not at all. I've been asked on panels to talk about AI, and I'm just like, the only thing I know about AI is that I don't know AI. So like, yeah, yeah, you guys are going. I love the energy in chat, right? Like you guys are just going mad in here. Anyway, Expo, TurboPack, 100%. I, I don't. TurboPack is like that thing you use when you don't use Vite, right? Yeah, I don't really know anything about TurboPack. I can try quoting this and seeing what this is. Oh, it's now passing 100% of the test for Next.js. I guess that's an achievement, because the problem is TurboPack was trying to be faster and get like Webpack compatibility, and Next.js would be like the Webpack solution because everything else is on Vite. So, um, yeah, I can see in some circles why this is a huge, huge, huge deal. Okay, cool. Turbo Repo is cool. I use Turbo Repo. Yeah, you can skip TurboPack. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Turbo Repo is awesome. All right. Well, we're gonna talk React compiler. Let's go. Let's go next in my list. TanStack start alpha. I've been talking to Tanner like every other day, because he's hitting the issues and bugs that I hit, a few months ago, and we're kind of like, he's like, oh, how did you solve this problem? And like, check this out. He's like, oh, okay, like we're kind of working through it. TanStack.com is on his new framework, which is very cool. But it's like, okay, I proved that it works. It can do incredible things. How do I get this in other people's hands, right? So yeah, I mean, I love working with Tanner that closely. Lots of energy, lots of ambition, and the impact of his work touches so many people. So like, yeah, I just love chatting with him. We should get him back on stream one of these days soon. Basically, he's been going hyper the last few weeks on just pushing this forward, right? I think once I was like, SolidStart's kind of close to 1.0, he's like, okay, I guess everything's here. Let's go for it, right? I feel like I've been doing a little bit of the, we've been doing a bit of the battle testing on this stuff. Vinxi's still got bugs. We're still working through stuff, but the second Vinxi powered framework coming out soon is very exciting. Obviously, this only helps that ecosystem, and more people on Nitro. I've been hunting down Nitro bugs the last week or so too, leading up to SolidStart release. So it's like Vite. Just we might be starting kind of slow, but the more we get things towards this stack, the more consolidated it gets. We see this with Vite 6. You guys are going to see a bunch of one really big Vinxi feature make it back into Vite core, which drastically simplifies how creating something like Vinxi would work in the future. For some people, might not even need it, and this is huge, really, for all the deployment providers. They're providing this. Vinxi has this idea of routers or separate builds that all kind of coincide and figure out how to handle the graph and bundles between them. Vite's now bringing that functionality internally with this new feature called environments in Vite 6, and it's just incredible to see this growth. Sorry, I'm a big Vite shill, if you can tell. It's like the best technology that's come out in the last couple of years. It was really cute, I suppose, to some people's perspective, as me and Evan with the SolidStart release, right? Let me see if I can find it. Had a little bit of an exchange because he thanked me for in the release announcements for mentioning Vite, and it's just like, how could I not? Let me see here. SolidStart. Yeah, almost 2,000 likes. That's good for us. Let me see if I can find the view post engagement quotes. Yeah. Congrats to Solid team and shout out to Vite. Glad to see Solid Foundation. Like, I sit here. I doubt I would have attempted this otherwise. In a time where every incentive is to build specific solutions to align with the source of funding and to ship fast, Vite makes building ambitious apps and libraries in the open possible. What I mean by that is, look at this. All these stars are aligning between AI, between like infrastructure needed to support this, between frameworks aligning with infrastructure, where you have these frameworks that are literally like being built by infrastructure setups, like things like Remix at Shopify or Next at Vercel or whatever. And in a lot of time in those situations, you can leverage stuff easier and more if you bring it internal. Like a lot of companies have their own bundlers historically, right? Because they get exact control over what they need. They build it out. They build the stuff for their infrastructure, for their hardware, and they end up with a very specific kind of custom stack. And Vite has somehow been good enough to buck that trend. It's kind of like the trend you need a meta framework, right? I was, when they were retiring Create React app, I was like, oh, Vite was the logical choice. They instead decided to push Next and Remix on the React core team, and mention Gatsby as well, I suppose. But like Vite, I guess, wasn't quite there on the server side of things. There's pieces missing, but tools like Vite are what keep us from having to go the specific tool that soon. It raises the floor for everyone. I can't express it enough how awesome Vite is in doing that. And every time it adds more features, pulls more of those pieces, say from Nitro or Vinxi, into the core, the more capable it gets of doing this. This is the trend to fight against getting locked into a specific provider or a specific type of infrastructure or specific thing. Like, yeah, otherwise you're going to find yourself, deploying your apps to, because you chose a framework, and that framework has a meta framework that happens to work on one infrastructure platform, that happens to use one build tool, that happens to use, like, the whole chain becomes proprietary. And that's like scary, right? Anyway, I, on JSSO based. Yeah. On JS is great. We were just talking about, sorry, is that possible? I don't see why not. It's just a format for doing server communication built with a router. If Tanner wants single flight mutations without RSCs, because RSCs actually do single flight mutations, so do MPAs. If you think about it, you just change the thing, you load the next page. Tanner can completely get those if he wants them. Yeah, I mean, Next.js ships with a standalone mode that can work on a variety of providers. That's the official stance. So I didn't say it. I mean, let's. If you look at most JS frameworks now, every single one uses an adapter system. Astro, Quick, SolidStart, Svelte Kit. They all make work to make template remix. They make work to make their stuff work on every single platform. No one assumes that a single runtime would actually be sufficient. It's interesting though. I mean, wonder I wonder if I can actually look it up. Maybe I'll do it later. It's I Netlify has some of our own, own adapters for some, like, we work with the team. So like I think the Remix Netlify adapter actually is like hosted by Netlify. If you look at the Next.js adapter and like the Remix adapter or SvelteKit adapter or something, it's kind of funny. It's like the difference between like a single file or like a couple files, and like something enough that we call our adapter for Next at Netlify a runtime. We call it the Next runtime. So just to put into perspective, it starts with standalone mode and then it adds all the other features. Yeah, it's interesting. And in any case, we're not talking about Next.js yet. We might talk about it later. I want to just shout out how awesome Vite is again. All right. Just going back, and did I miss anything on the Twitch chat? No, I do not believe I did. Okay. All right. I'll put this out up here. In a sense, if I was a React core team member, this would be my perspective. Adapters set a high floor, but don't raise the ceiling for what's possible. We should thank Next for sacrificing its own capability in order to actually try new things. Every provider is still trying to catch up to ISR. Yes, right. You sometimes, it's kind of like standards, right? It's always good that someone pioneers in a direction. You know what I mean? Like let's say the work Solid did with signals, and then others adopt it, and then we get to a point where we're like, okay, let's try and make a web standard of it, right? There's like multiple steps in this process, but someone at the beginning has to go against the grain, or someone at the beginning has to do the work out on the limb, not use things that aren't available on other platforms to do it. Right. So I'm fully, and if I'm the React core team, to be able to actually take these thought experiments and be able to implement them for real and ship them, that's incredible because it gets to prove the model makes things possible. I just prefer to not pretend like it's anything else other than that. You know what I mean? Like if that's the case, then that's very cool, right? It's just like, you know, then it's kind of like the open, they got very upset about the open next thing, right? Yeah, you know. Yeah, I mean the cache stuff for ISR with Netlify is very, very cool. It's cool how they use just headers, and I think the biggest limitation there might be the difference with the like the PPR, like the specific infrastructure pieces that Versal is using. Like even to try and implement PPR on another platform is actually kind of challenging, right? Right. I let's skip ahead for a second because we're talking about this stuff. Is this? We'll come back to Ricky's post in a minute. I saw something cool the other day. Plain PPR, partially pre-rendering without a framework. What? Partially but when that allows platform primitives, is simply implement plain static HTML without any framework or even build system with the help of Netlify edge functions. So my guess already, because of the edge functions thing, and because I know a bit about our infrastructure, is this is not equivalent to what Vercel does. But we developed this probably so we could add PPR to next. The idea is that a static page is served from the edge as fast as possible, with the areas of the page left as placeholder dynamic content. The server will start fetching the dynamic content in parallel with the response stream, and then append the dynamic responses to the response stream from the static shell at the end. So yeah, basically what I was describing on stream last week. Yeah, okay, so it's a little bit low level. I think that this article feels like it's written for me. It's like, Ryan, if you want to add PPR to Netlify, this is how you do it. Yeah, I mean, it's just mechanically showing how you can basically do out of like stream in the content and then insert it basically using a script tag. See, inner HTML. But yeah. So I think I actually just summarized it. This was basically so we could add PPR to to the next runtime, but they published it in a way that this would work on every JavaScript framework, which again, I kind of respect for some odd reason. It's also referred to as out of order streaming. Yeah. This is what I was kind of getting at. I was kind of, it's out of order streaming with a static serve shell. Basically, it's saying like cache the shell plus out of order streaming, right? But the difference is Vercel actually has special, to my understanding, special infrastructure to handle this in a way that allows um the not cause the like basically they have like I don't know what the term is like you don't have to spin up the web the worker. You don't like they basically just have something at their CDN layer that just goes, okay, that this is the type of request. I'm going to send this back and open up the stream, and they'll do that without firing any client JavaScript at the edge in order to do it. Whereas this approach is basically, I mean, it's like the poor man's version of it in a certain way. It's like it's like what you would do if you didn't have custom infrastructure. I mean, this is why you deploy your React apps to Vercel, because no one else has stuff specifically for, or your next apps to Vercel, because no one else has this specific thing. This basically accomplishes something similar, but it it's you see the slight difference, right? Next, Vercel tied like this delivers this sort of feature. This approach probably works with Astro, SolidStart, Svelte Kit, probably works with everyone. But yeah. So anyway. So I do think this is interesting. I think it's also a difference in positioning. Like I appreciate, as I said, the attempt here. I'm not sure this is equivalent, which is the challenge, but it definitely caught my eye because I like looking at things from a primitive perspective. I like looking at what these building blocks are. You know, it's funny because you think I'd be into standards then, but it's because sometimes once you have those pieces, you can your ability to redefine how like your reality works just becomes so much more capable. Anyway, I see there's a little bit of like next Vercel fighting in the chat. I mean, uh, there's gonna be there's going to be some, stuff here. Funnily enough, while we're here, Matt Kane, who made that post, happens to also. I was trying to get him on the stream to talk stuff because he's and Rob and a few other people at Netlify are responsible for making the next adapters or sort of runtime for Netlify, and I thought like having him talk about his experience would be really eye opening for a lot of people. But he's actually moving on from Netlify, so he has not announced what his next move is. Although he says it's tied to open source, so I'm looking forward to it because obviously his work at you know at on the frameworks team at Netlify has been considerable, and he's done several other things at Netlify as well. But I just like you always saw his kind of comments and association in terms of like the getting next working on a non-Vercel platform, and reverse engineering stuff. So always very impressed with that. So I'm sure wherever he goes next, he'll be doing very cool things. Anyway. Let's keep on. Let's go back to our list here because I don't even remember what we were talking about. We started talking about TanStack Start and TurboPack and Expo. Should we just talk about? I want to see what this action RFC is. Let's talk. Let's talk Astro Actions. React 19 support for Astro Actions. Is that what we're talking about? Oh, is this just using? Sorry, is this just using? Oh, no. So it's taking Astro's previous Actions API and they actually feed also into React. That's cool. Okay. It's not compiler time. I'm saving the big guns a little bit later. We will get compiler time. Yeah, okay. I'm getting the smaller topics off the base. This is cool. I want to quickly because then don't worry, there'll be lots of compiler meat to get into. Okay. Yeah, because Astro Actions have this whole like Zod interface. Handler, blah blah blah, like set likes. Interesting part about their API is define action. It reminds me of, like it's back to like I think it's probably makes sense. It's like it's inside the use server, it's the function call. The function call has some benefits that I do miss, but I wasn't going to fight the React trend. But now at least I understand what this feature is. And it's cool that it plugs right in. Yeah, it's because it's native. Yeah, I think that's one of the most interesting things about React 19 and the work the React team is doing it because they're comfortable pulling these features into core, which is something that I'm actually not comfortable with yet. That's why it's in Start or the router, because I want to understand where these things go. When something gets into SolidJS core, that it's like, it's much more, you know, resolved. I like the pattern of slowly pulling stuff in. I mean, generally speaking, React does too, but I think that this stuff is just such fundamental and big that I can see why they're like going straight there. We're in a different point in our cycle, but in any case, I think the Astro RFC is interesting. I think it was natural for them to want RPC functions, and the fact that it interops nicely natively with the frameworks is a really nice touch. Is there anything else in 4.9 that's interesting? Container API allows to render Astro components outside an Astro application. This is how you can render. Okay, interesting. Okay, and then stabilize experimental features, security, CRSF origin, I18 to me. Okay, cool stuff. incremental, but nice. Okay, keep on going. Actions solve the post problem. Now someone needs to solve the form data problem. Are you talking about like the fact that form data and the types are just horrendous? Yeah. Oh, it's the new container API. Yeah, I'm trying to picture the use case where I want Astro components in my non-Astro project. Like I just start with an Astro project, I guess. Like because in my head, Astro components are HTML, but I guess it's like this is like these inception things because Astro components can then have client components, so you can make like lakes of islands or something. Like you could have like, can I have a React app which has? Yeah, I don't even know how that would. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, never. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean forms do suck in general. Like, it's unfortunate that that's like the protocol we have to use for progressive enhancement. We do like lots of tricks, you know, with server functions like binding variables or closure extraction, but it's like still sometimes the form data is actually just form data, right? Like it's and you could try and like be smart about it, but it's like then it's like magical. You know what I mean? Like sometimes your forms have form fields in them. And then you're back to this, you know. Yeah, it just sucks. Yeah. The container API is great for you testing Astro components, or I'm hoping to use it for dynamic rendering entire pages without script and style hosting. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with web standards to be able to answer that question. Oh, there might be binary. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I guess the thing is because you can have like you can actually like you can do like way more with form data, right? Depending on like the format types, right? Like use forms to upload things or whatever. Yeah, files. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean, I walked into that one. All right, all right. Let's keep on going. All right. What's a lot? What do we got here? Million Lint. Is it officially 1.0 or is it just RC? 1.0 RC. Okay. This is the thing that tells you why your React app is slow, right? This is interesting. This is actually a good prequel for what we're going to talk about a bit later, but it's funny. Million Lint is to solve unnecessary re-renders in React without flame graphs. This was kind from our frustration how difficult it is to make performant React websites. I mean, this is a brave thing to say. Some people would be like skill issue, but that's like the really like nasty take of it. But the truth of the matter is, if you look at Million, and I think we might get to this later, is Million solves one type of React performance problem, the type that you can measure, and um, you know, micro benchmarks and stuff. And then the React compiler, I suspect, solves the other type of performance thing, the one that happens but no one realizes, you know, until it's too late. So um, this is like very complementary because in one side, Million can't stop your React app from rendering over and over again, right? It like basically Aiden comes up with a super fast thing, you know, we'll look at JS framework benchmark, it's front, he's genius ability to like as fastly render that one component as fast as possible. And then you stick in your React app and it's like, you know, no one cares. You know, that so this is like the other side. What's interesting is this at cross purposes with a React compiler that also like did Million Linter get that much harder to use now that React has a compiler that auto memoizes? So if Million goes, oh, this is a linter, this is a thing that shouldn't be performant, and React forgets like, actually, we got you covered. You know, this is actually really interesting for timing. Yeah, slow sites are bad for business. Yeah, okay. But it's interesting. So it's profilers. His approach isn't purely like linting thing, right? So are they running profilers in the background? That is more interesting. So okay, so he's talking to the React compiler here. Okay, good. I'm glad he's addressing this. Alien Lint is super present should exist, but the fact that it exists makes me unhappy. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting because Million, I believe now has VC money behind it and doing this stuff. So it's interesting to me that that like there's basically like a company behind this kind of thing. Like the business of making React faster is worth money. That's interesting. Yeah. So he's talking apart where incidental automatic memoization actually groups together things that shouldn't be grouped together. This is cool technology. And I like the fact that it uses measurement to make decisions. That is actually like the thing you always want. Like conceptually, there's like an architectural purity thing, but this is actually like this actually matters, right? That's the thing that's hard to do, to actually tell. Yeah, he sent this along to me a while ago, and I didn't get a chance to test it out. I've been very busy, as you know, but this is very cool. Okay, I get it now. I thought it was like code analysis, but this is actually like there is, but it's actually backing it with profiling, which is interesting to me. I'm investing million. I invested in it because there's definitely money in the synchronization, build process editor, browser, and linter. Yeah, like the whole tooling around this stuff has a lot of potential. I've been talking a lot about this for people on the signal side because I feel like knowledge of the data graph would lead to like not just those crazy visual dev tools that I've showed off, that we have and we work on, but picture your IDE being able to trace the data things, like knowing like what you can do with signals and the traceability potential there is so high that if there was similar amount of money or effort going in on that side, I can only think of what you could accomplish. Of course, signals are not deployed enough that we have enough maybe data or incentive for people to go that way, and people are still at an earlier stage in the project that performance is not really a concern that people are investing that, but it goes beyond performance. It goes to like actually I can see guiding the way you develop your code. Anyways, let's keep on going. All right. All right. Did I talk about SolidStart 1.0? I guess I did a bit. I mean, at the beginning, I don't know if there's much to say. I feel like I've written the same blog post like 4 times at this point. I'll throw it up on the stream for a second here. Like, uh, oh man, there's so much good stuff going on right now. Sorry, I'm just looking at all my bookmarks. Let's just go here for a moment. Yeah, it's funny because if I like duplicate this tab across and then I go to about blog and go to back a couple and go to SolidStart beta, what do we got here? Nested file system routing. Okay. Yeah. Server functions. Okay. Route data and actions. Oh, I didn't really talk about that. I guess well, maybe. Single flight mutations. Yeah. I guess what I'm trying to say is that for me, this is the most uninteresting release because we just built something that we've been building for 2 years, and it's finally ready for prime time. But have we talked about single flight mutations? Probably on stream because I mean I showed them off. I theorized about them on stream actually, and I showed them off in my solid stream that I did back in January, December. I actually showed them going. Yeah, I invented the term. This time I will start video. I'm dropping it tonight. Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, it's because I came up with the term like basically on stream writing hack MDs and stuff. Like basically, I wanted to mimic. This is the one waterfall that single page apps had not solved that MPAs and React Server components solved innately. So I was like, okay, is there a way to make, other than obviously some bundle size things, but like you're already contending with say React right now and you're already tending with serialization stuff. I was like, can I make it so that people from a like architectural side aren't um, wanting for server components in any way? Like they had no argument from my perspective that I couldn't cover. And I realized if I solve single flight mutations in a single page app, because it's funny. Theo's here, which is sweet, but I was watching his review of Dan Abramov's talk at React Conf, and um, and there's something that, in a sense, I was thinking about covering that on the stream, not Dan's talk, but Theo's watch over Dan's talk, because it really, watching Dan's talk and then into Theo's analysis, it really drove it home for me. This thing that I hadn't realized this whole time, and I'm not talking about how brilliant Dan's talk is at like getting people for server components to finally click, because they clicked for me a long time ago. It was understanding that like why people are so resistant to them, because if you come up yeah, I almost want to look at this for a moment. Is on rounder? No, because we broke everything apart, which is why I didn't talk about it. The islands router would have to go in the router now instead of SolidStart, which in sense makes sense. The router is where it belongs. But I focused on 1.0 release rather than focusing on that. The islands are still in SolidStart, but the router needs to get into the router. So yeah, I mean, I guess the first question is, can I even find it? I don't know how much time I want to spend like looking through it. But let's see here. First, let's go show more. Where are you? I don't even know how they choose the order of people on here, because I'm pretty sure I'm only sub to a couple people on this list, and Theo is one of them. So Where sometimes the recent broadcasts are, yes, Remix Dead Laravel. This one, is this it? Or yeah. Okay, sorry. You guys can't hear it like this. Give me 2 seconds. I have to actually open this in a Chrome tab, which I have. Oh, let's get here. Let's pause it. Let's full screen it. And then I have to change how I'm presenting it in StreamYard. Give me 2 seconds. Stop screen, present, share screen, Chrome tab. Also share audio. All right. Tell me if you can
do this video.
hear this.
Let me share, start at, so I have this link in here so I don't lose it.
Can we hear Theo talking? Yeah, sweet. Okay. Now I'm going to skip
React, and it's called React for Two Computers.
Okay.
Their feedback and thoughts, and
Dan's given variations of this talk, trying to like explain the two, like he had the two histories of React. He's really trying to point out this duality and a lot of stuff. What I want to get to is a little bit further on, where is it? It's the hardest part about scrubbing this stuff, where he's showing the code examples, right? Yeah. And there's this nice chunk here. If we can, why am I just not? I suck at scrubbing right now. Let me see if I can get to the beginning of this code example. Okay. All right. Let's just run this
client. And that's where I think this starts to get a little magical.
Say this particular interaction has to be synchronous. Like I want the data to already be there with that screen. I don't want to wait for it to kind of come later. Like
and the thing
before Theo says anything here, he's this example is he's got a fetch API that's returning, I guess, some kind of HTML or text, and he's just putting it inside here. So what he's got a reveal button that on click, he then goes and fetches the data and he sticks it inside he replaces the content of the document body. So he's basically doing like, this is kind of like a client, like a router essentially, but like not a full page, or it's like a full page swap without doing a full page reload. It's doing Ajax, swapping the content of the whole page, right? So
things I've seen people do, despite this off things are do I do.
Be there with that screen. I don't want to wait for it to kind of come later. Like I want to be able to ensure low latency for specific interactions. So how do we fix this? Any ideas?
Right. He's complaining that he has to wait on clicking, like that, like you don't get the data until you actually do the click.
So it's kind of like not obvious how to approach this problem if you look from the client-centric perspective, because, well, this is all I got, right? I have this fetch call, have to await it. There's not much I can do there. So maybe one thing we can do is we can look at the server code. So this is my server. You can see there is an NPI endpoint that I created that reads from a file. This is my list of cat names.
I know there's going to be some web devs here that aren't as familiar with the server-side stuff, so I'll do a quick explanation.
Here. So there is a script tag here that says, here's the client code for this page, which points to this code. And just to kind of make it more visually obvious what is really happening in our program and how our program is really structured, I'm just going to copy and paste this. So I'm going to put the code of this client code inline into the script. So that's not necessarily like the best way to write production code, and there are more kind of efficient ways to do this.
Right.
But for illustrative purposes, I think it really helps kind of explain what's going on in the code.
Yeah. Sorry, Theo, the reason I want your version isn't for the part on Dan's talk. It's actually for what you do after Dan's talk. So if I'm not skipping Theo's stuff to be real, like, watch his video if you want his takes. It's great. I'll get there. See, the first thing that you see here is this is kind of old school. Like, I mean, obviously we didn't have async functions or whatever. But like back when you did HTML, you would, define any interactive behavior almost like in a script tag like this, or maybe you import a JS file that had all your like click functions in it or whatever, right? But like we got so far away from this when we went to single page apps. But like even Knockout makes me think of this, because we used to like I'd render ERB templates, and then they would like render the JavaScript framework code into the actual markup of the HTML.
I am genuinely really curious. So if you're watching this right now and you're trying to follow along and figure out server components, I want you to comment what timestamp it clicks for you, because I know this talk is going to make this click for a lot of people. So say in the comments, what timestamp in this video was the one where the server component mindset clicked, because I already see in chat, this is where it's starting to click for some of y'all.
Yeah,
but it's going to get way cooler in a second.
This is actually, I thought this was a really smart thing you did, Theo. Just side note, I thought this was genius, because watching the chat react as they kind of got to it is really
Because
cool.
what he just did here.
Okay.
Server code and the client code as kind of two separate programs that talk to each other. They kind of pass messages to each other or like request stuff from each other. But now I'm kind of looking at it from a different perspective. So I kind of look at it as a single program that spans two different devices, that spans two different computers. It's like a program that's evaluated kind of in two steps.
To be clear about the two steps, in case you're not following, which is understandable, this is a crazy concept that's being communicated here. The first computer is the server that generates HTML. Like the HTML, we think of it as a file if it's in our public folder in our code base, but most HTML is generated at request time. And the contents of that HTML can change based on information that the user has specific to them. It could be your auth information. It could be the route that you went to. It can be what you're
I'm going to assume you guys know that. I mean, we're going to.
For example, again, we want to make this function synchronous. We want to make the click handler synchronous. So
Okay.
which is called lift and state up, where you put the state into a parent component and then you pass it down. What if we could lift data up, and instead of lifting it to a parent component, we lift it up to a parent computer. So we'll lift it up to the server. So I'm going to just copy and paste this from here. I'm going to put it here.
I love this.
Interesting.
I'm expecting this to be.
Do you know why I love this? Because it's just the same trick I do with signals when I show people that you can just pull the create signal out of the thing and you get global state. That kind of like moment you live for when kind of coming up with these talks, right? Good. I started PhD and I learned this stuff and I loved it. Well, but you have to understand the implications of this, right? I mean, he's not done. If we scrub a little bit further here, well, it's playing.
But for that makes sense.
How do you get the data back into your stuff? You actually have to inject it in. So he's JSON stringifying it here to actually get the data. So he fetches on the server. The key thing you have to understand about this is he's now fetching it before your click happens, regardless of your click. He's just grabbing all the data up front on the server render. He's hoisting it, like we do with route loaders, essentially. Like he's pulling all the data out, fetching it at initial request time, and then serializing it into the page. This is kind of how all our SSR works today. I mean, other than the inline click handler bit, but we magically serialize. I don't know if this happens automatically in React. In Solid, like if you make a resource, we magically serialize all your data for you. But I know like Next Data is an example of this serialization, and like there's serialization happening. So while this seems incidental, you're making a choice here of where the code goes. Like if it was HTML here, you're making a decision. You're suddenly going, I want this to be something that is served as part of the initial page load instead of something that I fetch later, right? There are performance consequences of making this move. These are not equivalent. You're making a conscious trade-off or decision. right? Like, but it's very cool to kind of like, sometimes people don't think of it this way, but in a sense, when I think of SSR, I do think of it this way for some reason. But let's continue going.
To think about client and server, and I'm just going to continue down this rabbit hole and see where it leads me. So the other thing I'm noticing is, okay, like when we hit the server and we want to serve this page, and the first thing that happens is that we.
Okay, I already see a misconception in chat, so I have to do statements. Because when people say rendering, they're assuming it's just the part that is interactive is modified based on things the server does. Other solutions do yet with not needs based on what the server
I mean,
tells.
I'm skipping over this a little bit because maybe I don't complete, like, if you ever built Knockout in like ERB, you did actually serialize the stuff that wasn't shown, so to speak, right? Like, because you would client render template pieces, but you needed the template for the pieces that you haven't shown yet. Sometimes you'd show something without, like, you'd show something and that content wouldn't exist yet exactly, but you still need it. And it's an interesting tension, because when we ship anything between the server and the client or anything, there's actually two places things can go. It can either go in the code or it can be part of the, like, dynamic response, right? We actually, what a lot of these solutions we're doing right now around server rendering and stuff is just shifting where stuff goes. If stuff's in the code, it can be cached, but it's also fixed in size. It's not as dynamic as stuff that we can generate at runtime. So if you put stuff into the data happens on every run. If you look at it, like, resumability, from that is basically making the bundling part of the data. So based on, like, what's used or whatever, or like, you bundle it small, and then the data drives what code is pulled in. And in a sense, server components are driving what HTML or markup is getting pulled in, right? We're moving stuff from code, which is static, to being driven by the actual data that happens at request time. That's the way that I'm generally looking at a lot of these technologies. But there's a trade-off of that, right? Because innately increases bandwidth, right? So, like, these are considerations. Like, to be fair, there's a lot of bandwidth considerations when you have to deal with hydration and having data there to hydrate, and the difference between, like, part of it, like, if you need to create something on the client or hydrate something on the client, and the templates in the code, the template in the code is going to be the static parts. In order to get the dynamic parts, you also need the data, and then the output is going to be the combined pieces. You end up with a double data problem, right? Because you need both but it's not just a double data problem if you think about it, it's also the double template problem, because you have the template serialized in the HTML and you have the template in the JavaScript code. With React server components, you remove the template from the JavaScript code on the server component side, right? Or with islands. So you solve the double template problem, so to speak. But and that's why the code gets smaller. But the double data problem can be trickier. So anyways, let's continue here for a moment, because I see a lot of parallels to my, like, 2000s web dev here. And I think anyone who's a PHP developer, Rails developer will as well. But I think he's going a little bit further. Let's keep going.
Client to do.
We call the API, but where does that happen? Well, we hit the same server that serves this API, it returns to JSON, and it returns it like this. And I'm like, do I really need an API for this? Like, maybe in some cases, but probably not in this case, because I only have one usage. So I'm just going to paste this code here, and I'm going to delete this API handler.
Remember when Dan tweeted, you don't need APIs anymore, so I could clickbait it for a thumbnail? Like, he actually tweeted that with the knowledge I would abuse it. He wasn't joking. In so many cases, the idea of an API is just not a necessary abstraction anymore. We don't need to expose data via URLs if it's only being used to render a UI. We can just do the thing the API did and render the right UI with the right context.
Yes, but what is I mean, if we're going to go really stepping out, what is data and what is an API? Because I mean, this whole thing is an API. The HTML is the data, right? Like, and I know I'm getting really meta here, but yeah, let's keep on going for a minute.
Let's verify that it still works. And you could say maybe, what about abstraction? Like, what about the API was not really enforcing separation concerns or anything.
Yeah, I don't care about
And a few other.
We have like a whole picture of what's really happening, including both the server and the client side, to send them on this computer. But if I look at the data in line,
okay, sorry, I went too far.
I select API and the one from them, and I really only need one of them, so it doesn't make sense to send all of them. So maybe I'll just take these lines and I'll actually move them up, and I'll extract them. I'll put them here. So this is something I can do ahead of time.
This is very smart, because this is what islands kind of do. Because you see what you've done here. You've reduced the amount of data you need to serialize if you only need to send one of the cats instead of all of the cats, right? But you basically only need, this is closure extraction in a sense. You basically only, in a funny way, this is like manual closure extraction. You only need the data that is sent here to be serialized. The other data does not need to be serialized. It's only if there is code that suggested that you could switch cats. But instantly, he's kind of solving the double data problem here. Okay.
On this computer, and I can pass the cat name instead through JSON. And so now if I refresh the page and I press reveal, it still works. But if I look at the data inlined on the page, it is only data for this one single thing.
This cut and pick for some.
Oh, this looks like some code I wrote in like 2003 with like PHP and interpolating strings and just like passing things, kind of like a mad scientist. But if you're kind of functionally brained, like maybe you'll think of this as, oh, this is kind of like partial application of the network. There's this concept of applying a function in like several steps. And this is kind of like this, except that there's also like a network step in between, which is kind of interesting. But I think the main way I kind of look at this is that we've removed all the boundaries that are inessential to the problem.
That sentence kills me. Oh, it's so good. It's the magic here. I say this a lot, and I'm going to keep harping on it until it clicks for everybody. React broke down the idea that model view controller was the only way to have, like, React challenged the idea that model view controller was the right way to.
Yeah. No, I this is where we get a lot of our DX wins, right? Theo's going on here is that, like, React said that these separations weren't necessary. Co-locate them, and they're trying to co-locate them again. Obviously, when he jumps, we're going to jump a little bit further now, because if I'm right, there's not as much left on this part of the example. And then I didn't jump too far, did I? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's get back to here. Where are we?
This is like relay was the first step in this.
Like a function into other functions, and like give them names that correspond to product features. Component.
Okay, I'm trying to get to where.
Call this one cat name generator, because that's what it does. It's going to
okay, so he's starting to kind of rewrite this now in React and modern React.
And I'm going to need to give this thing a name.
So, and he's showing how the user's client clear. I don't actually care that much about it. Actually, this is where I actually like jumping way ahead, because Theo at the stream was like, okay, is this not thinking enough for you guys? And he jumped into building his own kind of.
You're going to delete all that for now, just
right.
Auto completing, because what we need is cat name string. So now we need to return something here. Button hi.
And the app itself doesn't matter all that much.
You specifically want the more React set show. I'm going to change this to revealed set for that was.
I want to get to the punchline, because he's
passed cat name as a prop.
Okay.
This is instead of fetching it from an API or embedding it manually in the script tag or doing all the other things that might get cat name to this component. Instead, we just pass it as a prop. The thing passing it happens to be a component that is running on the server. But that is so much easier than fetching from an API, hoping the data comes back in the right format, making these things reusable. All of that sucks. Let's just make sure it works before we go any further, though. Should I make this button a little more of a button?
All right, styles with
Really-
Tailwind. Let's keep on going.
Right. And then we return, so there's some space. JSPs is effectively its own endpoint, getting its own data. Super, super cool. I hope that by now these patterns are starting to click and the magic of server components is starting to be a little bit more visible here. It's all composable. We can just make multiple of these. Ready to see where things get real crazy, though? What if we want to pass children? What if we want to render an entirely different component when this changes instead? So instead of just cat name string, we can pass it children react.react node. So now this is expecting children. So we'll give it a children.
He goes
here.
a little bit
What I'm
further to actually change it to where
render. Send a
Yeah, here
JavaScript
it is.
down. You don't have
Okay.
to pass data. You can pass markup or even pass another component. If I wrap this with like React confetti, then each one of these would send a JavaScript down. If I wanted to make this a counter component too, which is everyone's favorite, let's make a quick counter. Counter.tsx, use client, export, function counter, yada, yada. Typical counter. I just let autocomplete do its thing, and it seems to have done a good job. If the reveal is instead for a counter, which I can just change the child here to be counter. Now when I click reveal, I get the counter instead.
Right. So, and I don't know if it's going to be as big of a thing for me or for you guys as it was for me when I was watching this, but I realized for me when I was watching the stream and kind of clicking
How cool is
on this,
that I am.
this is what server components do. Okay, like the fact that, and if you understand that they are sending this markup, and if this is a dynamic decision at the point on the server, they can actually decide, like choose. Like the thing is, if the decision on the server can be changed in the client, then all possible paths are rendered ahead of time. So this is what I was talking about, the choice where the hoisting is. If the decision is made on the server that cannot be changed on the client, then we don't have to send all the different avenues, only the one that is actually rendered. And that piece is very different than a client-side app. However, most people are not going to bother worrying about that because this whole thing we were talking about, composition, this whole, put this and that, all these rules that we're like, wow, this is so powerful. If someone just looked at this code and grabbed this one read file here and hoisted it up here and said use server, every other piece of this still is just as composable. The difference is you end up with more JavaScript code in the client. The template is sent, for all the different permutations in the JavaScript, right? Because it's like that second case where the decision's in the client. Decision to the client, you have to actually send all the possible paths. The template might be smaller than the output HTML, but you're always taking that cost up front, where server components you don't have to. However, all the composition properties of SPAs have been the same. So I started getting it. I was like, this is a brilliant way to show people how to do server components, in a sense, like how the capabilities are mechanically. That hoisting thing was brilliant. But for a lot of people, and I think that's one of those questions, the hoisting can also happen right here. You can just go hoist onto the server. And then the whole rest of it doesn't necessarily have the benefits of server components, but you don't have to change any other way of your thinking. So you're sandwiched between like this is just PHP, this is simple, who cares? And the classic React devs who are going, why can't I just pull this out? Why can't this just be a loader? Like Remix. Why am I worried about this interweaving of composition between client and server, and the fact that works when composition always just works in the client. Right? For me, that was the ding point, because I was watching this, and if I was really pessimistic, I could convince myself that I don't care about any of this. And that's why people keep on fighting it. Because as cool as it is mechanically, the difference, and people disagree with me, the difference between this will wait here and this will wait pulled up here, like there's a lot of consequences that come between that switch, but it's hard for people to actually tell the difference. And if one tells them that they can use React the way that they've always done it, and the other one says they have to like completely change their mentality, that's a tougher order. I know this is a weird take, but I had to get through Dan's talk and then through Theo like explaining all the benefits based on the talk for me to understand why even after this people just might or people who might just not see it. Right? Like it's why, the Tanners, and why Remix Router or React Router or whatever it is these days is like when people are getting stoked about it. I actually think, and we'll talk about React Router. I'm not actually that gelled about like it. It's a nice, like, I think Remix is taking it the right direction. I just don't care about doing server components that way. I feel like it misses the point. But I understand from this why it makes a lot of sense, because like the fact that this returns the cats, or it returns maybe some markup with the cats, is all that most people see on their thing, because they're used to that composition pattern already. Like, in a way, this is why I was able to settle with SolidStart and single flight mutations where it was, because I was just like, we just hoisted up into a used server, and then all the other stuff isn't what you're worried about anymore, right? I don't think it's as efficient theoretical zone, but I don't have to fight with theoretical React efficiency. I have to fight with actual React efficiency, and that's the battle I feel comfortable with, right? But like, this is, at least for the time being, but this is where the challenge comes in. Anyway. I like this take. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I like this, but it's interesting though. Right. Well, the thing is, we're constantly just moving the code, like trying to find the balance point between moving the stuff between the code and moving it and the data, and figuring out what's the best way to optimize our bandwidth and load execution stuff. Like, and we're coming up with nicer, more controlled ways to move stuff between the code and the data, and finding what that sweet spot is. Because like once you use server components in the basic sense, and you start getting advanced, and this is so funny because I remember the Astro guys pointing at me that no one used Astro the way I used Astro, because I used Astro like server components. I was like as granular as possible, tried to minimize serialization. Most people are just like, here's my old app as an island. Like once you go deep down this side, that control is very powerful if you can save serialization. But the question is like, do React server components actually save serialization? They don't, because the VDOM diff that they send across. So you're actually not winning for all that effort, which is really frustrating from my perspective. But I like it's like it's one of those things where it's like there's so much potential here. So, but it's not even clear to me completely, like, because people are struggling with the abstraction. It's not clear to me necessarily that it's the right one. You hope people over time get used to it and like it. I was pretty bullish on this very early on, especially. But like, there are different ways, and it feels like the community in general is taking a lot of time just understanding what kind of control they want or where they get it and the differences between it, because for a lot of people, hoisting that up is infinitely simpler for them from where they're standing today. And it's hard to argue with them when the performance type aspects might not impact them like at all. Anyway. Do you guys want me to talk about? I was preparing for a conference talk. I was going to drop the bomb at the conference talk, but I actually was working on Quick a bit last week, and I'm done with this part here, but it is related to this. I was doing some benchmarking. You know, you guys will get a little sneak peek of a little bit. Let me pull some of this off screen so it's not. I mean, it's no sneak peek to you guys who watch my stream all the time, but you all know how I use Hacker News demos, right? Oh, right. I got to share my screen, not my tab. Give me 2 seconds to do this. Present, stop screen, present, share screen, entire screen. Okay. All right. I've done this Hacker News death page in a bunch of frameworks. You guys can all guess which frameworks are which on this page. Some of them might surprise you. Hey, Brandon. Yeah, we did talk about it. I think we're going to talk a lot about React probably for the next little bit. Right. I've done this on stream. Everyone who's been with me can kind of guess. First good piece of news is most of the frameworks have creeped above 50. I'm not going to shame the ones that are in the 40s still, although everyone was in the 40s, a couple months ago. But I'll give you a hint. Solid's the last one down here at 66 because it was always slightly faster than the other ones. And next is actually 59 here. Next pages directory. For some reason, it's very good at Lighthouse. There's something they do in the way that it flushes. They always get the first paints faster. These two are the pair that are always identical to each other. They're buddies in arms. Remix and Svelte kit. Now, we built the page in Astro. We all know what Astro looks like, right? Fred, I still remember that time Fred jumped out of his seat, right? Right? Thank you, Brandon. I appreciate it. It was a lot of work. I know you do a lot of work with analog as well. It's just a lot. Right. And this is Astro Solid, to be fair. I mean, if you're going to go with Astro, you might as well, take it all the way through, right? And later on, I do it with Quick. And Quick scores, I mean, there's variation, but Quick scores pretty respectably, generally speaking. I did the same one with React Server Components, right? 64. Upper end, better than Pages, similar to Solid, actually. But something occurred to me in my Hacker News demo that I did for Quick. It's an MPA, like Astro. So they can make a bunch of assumptions. Do you know what happens when I put a client-side router on Quick? Oh, what do you know? It scores the same as React Server Components. Because the serialization had to come back. And I will explain this more in my talk. But essentially, it could tree shake out the data because it knew the state would never change. But once I added a client-side router, it doesn't have use client, use server. It doesn't have that break. The decision points are now very high up in the tree because the router is really high up in the tree because you have to switch the routes. So instantly, all that data serialization comes back. So suddenly, it's just an efficient hydration solution. And in this test, with 1,000 comments, the code size, and they're all comments, the same kind of comments, the code size isn't going to kill you. The execution cost, varies. This was a 63, could be a 64. I'm going to assume that Next and Quick are the same, and SolidStart as well at 66. They're all basically the same speed. Because the code cost size is not going to kill you on a freaking Hacker News demo. Execution, well, hydrating 1,400 comments seems like a lot, but minimal. This is purely serialization. The difference between needing the data and not needing the data. And islands can trim it completely. MPAs with Quick can trim it completely. But React server components, or basically anything with client-side routing, has trouble. Technically, Solid's islands router was a 90 as well, and it had client-side routing. But that solution is flawed, just like View Transition API in Astro. Like it doesn't work for real apps in terms of actually persistent state and lazy hydration. I think I explained it. You have to change your approach slightly. I talked about that in the talk, but like generally speaking, there is a zone where you could probably solve the serialization problem, but React server components are not it. The Quicks model isn't defined boundaries enough to actually solve it. Maybe they need containers, maybe they need a different API, maybe they need a new router they're working on, but it doesn't exist today. These are solvable problems. I just want to point out that client-side routing with partial hydration, no solution today exists to at least my satisfaction. And in the end, you end up with stuff that basically, when the bottleneck is on data or serialization, which is true for a lot of static, low interactive sites, the kind you'd actually be choosing these tools for, the differences are probably going to be pretty negligible. There we go. That's what I have to say about it today. Hey, Shy, speak of Devil, talking about Quick. Yeah, but it's not that. This is a fundamental architectural problem. Like it's not like this is. You need to have clear boundaries if you want to solve the serialization problem, right? Like when it comes to client-side routing. Funnily enough, Wiz is not too concerned with that because they're MPAs. I think, like, you know what I mean? Like, generally speaking, the types of apps that a lot of people have gone for Quick for are highly interactive, but very important for loading, but maybe they don't care about the persistent stuff. They're not going to hit the same kind of zone. Yes, but and I actually prefixed this a little early in the talk about this. This is in general, people will build towards the benchmarks or like this, and then you end up not proving anything. But like this is a very quick way to measure the cost of bandwidth or of serialization. I'm not imagining this. You're right. Is it important, data serialization? Well, it depends. But I talked to the Wiz people. I talked to the guys at Google, high on the performance side. I've talked to the people at eBay about this. Serialization is an important problem. It is one of the biggest issues. This again about that balance between moving the code between JavaScript and data, right? Static stuff that can be cached and things are not. There is a balance here, and this is just, it was an interesting kind of tangent, right? Like I just wanted to kind of just throwing it out there, okay? It's fine. I'm gonna have a talk about the different hydration techniques when I get back to at React Summit this year. But I just kind of wanted to put that out there that this is not a solved problem by any means. Are you guys still trying to argue with Theo in the chat? Okay, well, yeah, let's keep on going here. I don't know if I'm trying to remember if I have more to say about React server components before we talk about the compiler. Let me see here. Yeah, React Router v7. Was that actually released anywhere? Or I think I have to actually go to the React Conf talk, React Conf 2024. Okay. Not day 2, day 1. I love Ryan Florence does always get the prime React Conf placements, or like the prime React conference placements. I don't want to watch his whole talk. I want to get to the reveal moment. Okay, let's share the proper screen with audio so we can get here. Present, share screen. There, share. See Ryan Florence.
It's just moving to a different route. So what's different? That wasn't dropped from about a 700 kilobyte, and so I don't need this content anymore. This is a funny function. This has nothing to do with.
I'm seeing if I can actually find what I'm looking for. Here
really similar. Or sorry, no, the next one is the same as this. Whatever. All right, so this is a single page app. You can see we get a little like loading state up there, like loading single page app. If I go into my Vite config in React Router v7, I can say SSR true. Make that change, and then I can come back to my thing here, and I can say instead of a client loader, let's do a loader.
All right.
And you're not going to believe me, so I have to prove it. So I'm going to disable JavaScript, and I'm going to reload this thing, and it rendered. The heck?
Yeah, I like this demo because I've been giving this demo for a couple of years. Except we don't change anything on the loader side. You literally just go into the config and change SSR true false. But this is powerful, but it's not where I want to get to. He's got to go one step further. Pre-render. So he's trying to show all the features. I just want to get there. He's right. Everything is a router.
One day, like, you know what? This bit of UI, this list of products there, these top products,
we
want to move that rendering to the server with RSC. So how do you move rendering to the server in React Router v7? Well, you select your code that you want to move to the server, and then you move it to the server, and then you come down here and you look at this product thing, you're like, what is that? Well, I guess it's some stuff that I can render. Oh, yep, like I told you, I'm running on an experimental React router and a beta of React, so I got to restart this thing. Oh my goodness, look at this.
I mean, this makes a fun demo. The thing is, what's happening in this example here? The div, the header, maybe the nav bar, or whatever, are all client components. They're all stuff you're sending the JavaScript to the client that you don't actually need to, because these are actually all static. These are the parts that you get the most benefit from using RSCs for, and they're sitting inside the client components. When I saw this API, I was like, so I asked Jacob, I'm like, so I can put client components in here too, right? So are you going to tell me that in the future, I'll start my app like this, and then I'll move the stuff up, and then at a certain point, all my files are just going to be export async function loader, and that will be my entry point. I just won't have default components anymore, because literally in every case I can possibly think of, I want this and the header to be server components, not client components. I don't know. I'm not sure if you can use client and import them in. I don't have Ryan Florence here like Theo did the other day. I can't remember what his answer was. I'd hope so, because otherwise you'd end up with lakes. Nox server components actually work kind of like this, but it's also kind of like, who cares? Like, I guess it's the unified UI aspect, but on the other hand, it's kind of like you're just sending a larger payload, right? Probably. I mean, maybe you don't need to send all the data, but if you were smart about what data you sent, yeah, I mean, it's interesting. You're moving the code from the JS to the data. Serialization, like that. like that's what this move is, right? It's the same hoisting that we've been talking about all stream. It's just a RSC, which means so I should be able to import client components and stick them in here. Which, if that's the case, then yeah, I think this is a good I think this is smart from a migration standpoint, right? Because you go client loader to every endpoint being a loader instead of being a default component. You guys still, what are you guys arguing about? Are you guys aren't talking? I see a promise all, and I instantly thought about how blocking RSCs are, but that's not what you guys are talking about, are you? No. I don't even know if I want to know. You must compute what you must. If there's 20 computation, that's going to be... Yeah, I don't... Was it prefetching? I just used the naked link component, to be fair, Shy. If you want, I can share the demo. It's quick HN spa pages dev, and then the actual GitHub for it is probably under my profile somewhere here. As I said, I think this is actually just fundamental to, I mean, maybe the score isn't, maybe we can look more at the score, but I think the architecturally, like I saw the serialization come back, which is what I would expect. Quick, because I picked something specifically, I picked something specifically that was expensive on serialization. Anyways, this is a good migration story, but I feel like it buries the lead a little bit. But I understand, like, if this is what it takes for people to get there, I think I would be pretty happy about this from the React perspective as well, because then it'd be like, okay, people are adopting RSCs, even though it's kind of like upside down. So yeah. I've wondered about this. I mean, I get that, but there are, I guess it depends on your caching approach. If you want to cache closer to the browser, there are benefits to having separate requests, because then you can cache them independently. This has been actually one of my biggest concerns with this, because it'd be very easy for me to make all our use server calls batch on future navigations. Like the reason I do it on the mutation part for single flight mutations is because like everyone hits that, right? Like if you do a mutation on a page and the next thing is like redirect, like everybody hits that waterfall. I wanted to get rid of it. But if you're forward navigating and you do a bunch of parallel requests at the same time, or maybe changing a query URL or something minor or small, even in these cases where you just like slight navigation, maybe changing one route section or one piece of it. I've struggled with deciding whether it's better to send them all as a single request or not, because sometimes you don't need to make all the requests. First of all, I mean that's the obvious one to me, and sometimes they can be cached independently and have their own rules for data fetching. So like, I'm actually not convinced necessarily on highly interactive apps that this is actually true. But I'd be interested to talk about at some point. Like generally, yes, because there's more points of failure, right? As long as your single request is streaming, you're not going to get bottlenecked by it, right? So one of the classic problems with putting everything on a single request is then the everything is as slow as the slowest thing. But if you're streaming back your response, then you don't have this problem. So I'm cool with that. It's just more thinking like, this is also a place where I wasn't sure if I could make that decision. It was something came up, like Dan Abramov was even kind of push into it. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I could definitely go in. I go start right now and make all the server functions microtask batch and automatically strip back through and ta-da, but do I actually want to do that? I'm not actually sure. Yeah. Streaming is definitely very important there. This is the kind of things that I've been thinking about. Right, it's one of the reasons why I haven't actually, like, our single flight mutations stream back the response. I could have all the separate requests stream back the responses too. We're streaming data, not RSCs, but who cares, right? If the code's already in the client, it can render it. I mean, this is one of those, the data versus HTML thing is an interesting one. I forget if I told everyone this. At one point, solid streaming didn't stream, out of order streaming didn't do HTML, only did data. So we'd render the static shell really quick on the server, and then the server was done, except for sending back the data over the wire. Because it's a lot simpler. I didn't have to worry about handling async resuming and suspense and stuff on the server as much there. You just hit a suspense boundary and you're like, we're done, guys. And it worked. Well, not done because you have to fetch through, but we didn't have to worry about sending it back or doing any kind of like stitching it in on the server, timing and all the stuff. And the funniest thing is, on fast connections, doing the data approach was actually way faster because the client getting those cached JavaScript from the CDN. So the page would come back with a shell pretty quick. Synchronous renders are always pretty quick. And then it would start the JavaScript up, at which point, on that same request, it still streamed back the data. So it starts going to do it, and the data is still waiting for it, and it starts rendering the page. It starts rendering the suspense on the client, and it starts rendering the HTML for the page that would go there. And of course, because Solid's non-blocking, it keeps on rendering everything except for those holes where it needs the data. And then as the data comes in, it would fill those holes and then swap them into view. But what's interesting is, I found, because Solid was able to start rendering the page under the suspense boundary before the server sent it back, and because we were serializing less data over the wire compared to the HTML later, it was slightly faster to not serialize the HTML because the client actually got ahead of it. But the problem was that I started around the time I started working at eBay. I put on a slow network request, and then it was very noticeable how much faster sending the HTML is, because in that scenario, when you have slow network, slow devices, load CPU, the HTML can come back and swap into place and be visible without out of order streaming before Solid has even loaded, or before even the hydration has happened, right? In my approach, where I was using data, hydration is what put stuff into place. Whereas out of order streaming, like we have today, and in most frameworks, that content comes into place irrespective to the state of where the framework is. It could have already started hydrating. It could have not hydrated. It comes in as fast as it possibly can, but the bandwidth's more. So on a faster connection, it was actually worse. Yeah, just interesting, right? Again, that's why I'm so focused on the data versus JS divide here. Okay. I mean, do you know, actually, here's a crazy one for you guys. We were talking about PPR earlier. Let's think about this for a second. What if you didn't use an edge function for PPR? You use the client. I mean, you guys are going to love this one, right? What if you just serve the static shell from the CDN immediately, and then when the client loads, it directly talks to the backend and gets the rest of the streaming content and inserts them into place? It's not on a single request this way, but the cacheability, you basically just straight up, I guess I'm talking poor man solutions where you don't have specified infrastructure that can CDN and batch a stream into it automatically without firing up a worker. If you just had a CDN, you could just send back the shells and then have the client initiate that. And now you're not proxying through the edge server anymore. It would look because you see all the suspense boundary fallbacks and everything. It would look almost identical. The difference is the data request would start when the client got it rather than when the edge function started rendering. So it would probably be slower, but it just see, in my mind, we'd have to benchmark this, but in my mind, I think the extra hop or the wait for the JavaScript to getting to the client in a lot of cases would be slower than just booting up the edge worker and streaming through like typical out of order streaming. But on a fast network, like I was talking about, where the JS and the HTML is cached and static and it comes right in and you just start that request right away, that could be faster. I don't know. Maybe worth measuring. Maybe it depends on the use case, but just kind of putting it out there that it's possible that, there's an avenue there, right? Like, why not? There was a lot of performance care. Most of my work on the framework side at eBay was around resumability. We have a name for it now, thanks to Misko and Quick, but we were basically working on resumable partial hydrated solutions. Marco 6's resumability was compiler analyzed based on a language. So think of it kind of like, I don't even know how to explain it. I mean, it has weird syntax for people, but it's like a signals compiler that does perfect resumability, essentially, like without like denoting the boundaries. So it's just consistent. It's gonna be cool, but I'm not allowed to talk about it anymore. I told myself that I wasn't gonna talk about it until they released something. You guys are sorry. There's been so much arguing in the chat. I don't even know what to do with it. All right. Anyways, considering the new techniques of rendering hydration, PPR, resuming, blah blah blah, is there any of this that is easier to implement with a VDOM than with a signals-based parse? Yeah, React server components. Server components are easier with a VDOM than they are with because it's a diff-based approach. Whereas signals is much easier. Like, it's almost necessary for resumability, for true resumability. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if I have anything else to say. The fact that React Router is the thing and it's just a Vite plugin makes a ton of sense. As I said, me and Ryan Florence are completely aligned on that. Most of SolidStart is actually in Solid Router. Like we have those features like the server functions and stuff, which they are getting from React Core. But like, other than that, SolidStart is mostly about the router. So even though the router doesn't ship with it, this is why I'm confident with the 1.0. I know this is going to scare people a little bit, and because the router doesn't ship with SolidStart. The positive is we have to make sure that the interop between the SolidStart and any future version of the router works. But it means so that you can keep on using whatever version of the router. But it means that the router has room to change without SolidStart necessarily changing. We just update templates. You can have templates that have the old router versus the new router or whatever. I'm pretty happy where the router is, and we already made the pretty big changes recently. But my point is that most of what makes SolidStart, when people build apps, feel like SolidStart is actually not SolidStart. So that's a very interesting kind of place to be in, and why I'm more confident about 1.0 in general, because we've got a lot of flexibility there. Okay. Let's keep on going. I guess we're at React compiler time. Do you guys want to talk React compiler? Is that something people care about? Well, Quick's been exploring into this zone, but one of the thing is Quick started it was a VDOM approach to resumability. They still re-rendered components, like they have to render components when it resumed, and if you, because Quick doesn't have a fine-grained renderer like Solid, they have some optimizations now, which is really cool, but they don't have like View Vapor or Svelte 5 or Solid's fine-grained renderer. If you combine that with resumability, you like things get even crazier is the way to put it, because even less code has to rerun. Like the Quick has that optimization, and I guess you could say Wiz does from a manual optimization standpoint, because they're not like, a lot of their stuff is manual, with a JS controller. But like historically, I think Wiz has done a lot of like almost inner HTML to solve things. Picture if you had that fine grained level of reactivity of like at the node level. We were making like toy demos, like to do MVC examples, where this is usually unheard of in JavaScript frameworks, where the total bundle size, it makes sense, got smaller when we added server rendering. Like most frameworks, when you have a client render framework and you have something that's completely interactive, like a to-do MVC, adding server rendering to it actually makes it larger. It was actually shrinking stuff because the tree shaking could, be that effective, across the board. Anyways, another day. All right. Okay. So everyone wants to know what I think about React Forget. And the truth of the matter is, let me share my screen. I didn't really want to say much about React Forget, right? Because honestly, the team has done an amazing job. The goal is incredibly ambitious. When everybody, comes in and they're like saying this stuff, like it was kind of like, let's just see how it plays out. I think there's a lot of interesting yeah. Oh, I didn't talk about this. That's fine. We'll get to it later. Let's just talk React Forget. There's a lot of like benefit to DX. Like we've seen this with Svelte. Think of how much people love Svelte 3, Svelte 4. The funny thing is, if you go on Reddit, there's like a contingent of people who absolutely hate Svelte 5 or like are worried about it, and they keep on comparing it to React's hooks API and stuff, and like clearly they're not really on the same page. But I get it. Svelte is kind of departing from that, and React is kind of going to where Svelte 3 was, So like, it's an interesting choice, and one that I didn't really care to make much of a comment about, because, it has profound implications, right? React's now like a compiler. Every framework's a compiler. JSX is a compiler, but people don't realize just how much React got for free over the years, because TypeScript decides, oh, JSX native, we've got our own transform. Dino just works, like it's no build. And it's like, no, you're building the JSX, but React's kind of gotten away for free in these kind of zones. All the tooling just works for it, You don't have to worry about anything, all the IDEs, everything's built for React. And now there is a compiler, right? Like there's no denying this compiler, and it's kind of incredible. But it's not something that I personally would have wanted from React. I don't need a compiler for my React code. I don't think. I never cared. So when someone's like, oh, we got the compiler, makes writing stuff easier, blah, 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 I'd be like, yeah, I'd keep the control, right? Someone can go write a compiler for Solid that undestructures props, but I'm not going to use it because I don't need to, and it's another thing, But then the silly dialogue started popping up, right? And I don't know where it started from. Maybe it had to do a bit with like Q&A things. Maybe it's people are pestering the React team too much about signals. I don't know. Maybe it's the choice of language of in React Conf they called it fine-grained rendering. And I was like, okay, whatever. I ignored it for a while, couple days at least. I feel like it's been a week or so. When was it? Like last Thursday? It was like the 16th or something was announced. But it just kept on going. Just kept on going. And it was kind of like, why are people so insistent in putting signals in React? And why is the React team trying to position like they have a similar solution? One question I think is worth talking about is whether the compiler is necessary for React to keep the direction they have. Well, I mean, I guess maybe it's like this is the ultimate goal. What's the best way to lock people into a technology but create a new language, right? Like maybe that's React's exit strategy. They're going to create the React language, and then like I don't know. I think the answer is mostly yes. Compiler's necessary. I hoped it wasn't necessary. I like old React, and maybe just because I'm old. Old people like old things. But like, if the answer is it's necessary, then like, I don't know. It's like check yourself before you got to wreck yourself. Like I don't know. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Let me grab that. Dan had some choice stuff. Oh, are you just sharing this tweet again? Well, but that's the thing. I agree with him. It you know. It, yeah, I mean, sorry, I thought you were going to share some of actual. Let me see if I can grab my stuff from my bookmarks. Right, everyone has something to chime in on this topic. I admit, when they put the fine grained thing, I was like, this is a bit of a stretch. Adi Asmani put a table out, and I probably bookmarked it here. Here it is: how to navigate JavaScript frameworks in 2024. And obviously, Next.js is the only one that has everything, but they only get to have everything because they have fine grained reactivity, right? Right. And like, these charts are so hard because like, does Nux have server components? They have a feature called server components. Are they actual server components by my definition? To my knowledge, the answer to that is actually no. But like, it's good to be everything in the chart, right? So like, islands, server components. To me, it'd be a lot safer to just put these two together and just call server components partial hydration, kind of, and then just be like, okay, a lot of solutions have some sort of partial hydration solution. But yeah, I saw this and I was just like, I didn't. It's only after that and then I saw the React Conf thing where they said fine-grained rendering or fine-grained reactivity or whatever the thing was, and I was like, okay, this is very odd to me positioning wise, because like you could say that this is growth and awareness from the React side, but it's also kind of like it's like when Svelte came in and dubbed transitional apps, and all the people who are working on these partial hydrated solutions like Astro were just like, what the hell? I get you want to side with us, and compared to in the big picture, I guess you're close enough, but you've been working in the space for a while, working on these specific solutions that are, defined as fine-grained reactivity. And then the biggest player comes in and goes like, we're fine-grained reactivity. It's like, no, you're not. So people have that impulse even before we want to talk about the technical bits, which we will talk about. But like, it's kind of hard. There, it's lonely at the top, so to speak. Yeah. Fine-grained re-rendering. Yeah, I mean, I know people in our community have been championing this term. I think Dave might have coined this originally. My take is that fine-grained actually is fine for React compiler if we define it relative to the framework's rendering model. Okay. I will see if I can find that link. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say. The problem is when you have a term and it was the differentiating factor for the frameworks, and the thing that comes in that they're trying to differentiate from tries to use the same term and doesn't actually accomplish exactly the same thing. It's challenging. I understand they're just trying to say that they have something that's kind of equivalent, but it's like, yeah. The funniest thing about this one, specifically fine-grained reactivity, is fine-grained had been term that people have used for years and years and years, and it was a thing. I actually think I have the first published article that used the term fine-grained reactivity in a published article. I know this is weird. We actually searched. I forget who it was. We were searching for the term on Google, trying to find the earliest mention of the term fine-grained reactivity, and it was from my Medium articles back in 2018. But so like kind of close to this one, so to speak. My 2 cents. I think this is more a struggle for developer mindshare than it is a struggle over technology. React has to address signals and fine-grained rendering. If they aren't doing signals, they need an alternative to the whole community. Yeah, which speaks to the power of a lot of these ideas. It just, it's tricky, right? And yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of conversation going on here. I like frameworks that are fast without a compiler. So many people read that comment wrong, FYI. He's saying that he likes frameworks that are fast without the compiler, not that he wants fast buildless frameworks, I think. Yeah. Oh, why is this guy so smart? I always agree with almost everything he says. Everybody seems to zero in on without a compiler. The statement was are fast without a compiler. I didn't read this as criticism of compilers in general, but approaches which try to address performance issues only after the horse is already bolted from the barn. This comment needs more love. Anyways. Right. That's what I'm saying. I was surprised we couldn't actually find published works. I was even trying to like go through academic papers to see if I could find the the combination. Like I was going through like Elm signals things from 2012 and trying to find some old FRP papers. I couldn't find it. yeah, I mean and you know what? That's good. But it doesn't really matter. This has been a term for us for a while, and there's been a lot of conversation. I hate the way Twitter opens stuff here. Wow, this is just a long. Okay, so Dan Abramov makes a comment down here somewhere that I already lost. Go back and forward. In order to do fine-grained re-rendering, the library needs to be aware of. I like this. Fine-grained re-rendering, the library needs to be aware of data flow. There are a few ways to do this. One way is to wrap values in setters like view and mobx, so you're not dealing with plain values anymore, but we're plain values in React. Another way is to solve those, splitting the code into two phases: non-reactive construction and reactive template. But then you have to use, you can't use early returns. There's something they said where they're talking about, they describe authoring stuff in Solid as almost metaprogramming, where you're describing the program rather than writing the program. And I actually like that comparison because React is very immediate, almost like imperative. It's like, when this happens, this will be running. You're describing it as it's running. And I agree with Solid. You're saying, I'm setting a rule, and everything from now in the future will follow this rule. So it's like set and forget. Whereas React is like, this is the like imperative logic that you're running. Like this is like this, then this, then this, then this, and this. See, so to me, it's like a shift between imperative and declarative, even though React is declarative. Like their model is very. This is why I always say React model always felt more imperative, because it's very immediate. Whereas we create the thing that will go the distance. So it is an interesting thing. Data flows when. Yeah, because if statements are more analyzable. To be fair, we could transform that if we really wanted to, but he's showing this, sees it. The tricky part about analyzing code ahead of time is the same limitation that we hit when working on Marco. Marco actually, because it knew all the file, I said I wasn't going to talk about Marco 6, but it's relevant here because we knew the reactivity of. We weren't sure whether to call it signals originally or like fine grained. When we started on Marco 6, because we knew the data dependencies and you didn't have to write like signal syntax, it just looks at variables. We knew the reactivity of the whole project because of cross file analysis. We could kind of do this kind of analysis that he's talking about, but literally everywhere, even cross files, right? And the funny thing is, we actually chose to do a runtime reactive system in the end, in the implementation in the side, because even if you can kind of determine, like the problem is, it's like the dependency arrays in React. The arrays don't change, so your only choice is to oversubscribe, because any potential path, like a compiler doesn't know which branch you will take, so it has to optimize for the case of any possible branch, right? So like this is one of the limitations also with Svelte, right? Where with a runtime system, you can have dynamic dependencies that change at runtime. You think that'd be slower, but a lot of optimizations that have gone in have actually addressed that. A lot of stuff that reactively does, or that Svelte 5 has done. The newer reactive systems have kind of optimized on the cleanup step to not be as wasteful for dynamic dependencies. But basically, the biggest thing that I actually saw as a limitation was nested reactivity from a compiler analysis standpoint is almost impossible. It's very hard to track properties on objects, like to know like the granularity of change, like with stores and things we use proxies for. And funnily enough, that is where the most incredible power of fine grain comes from. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Right? I know you guys are really busy, in the chat going crazy here. Like, I don't care about this early return stuff. Obviously, I passed my demons on that ages ago. If you've ever used a component library that doesn't use function components, that use like templates like Vue or whatever, or Angular, you're like, it's okay. We can live with returning a single return, but yeah, there's just so much of this conversation. We'll hold my thought that I was getting to. We'll get there in a minute. What do we got here? Granular has different levels. View 3 closes, it gets close, but Vapor is where they're going to make it. Yeah. So, Evan's standing in our court backing us on this. I'm not surprised he would, right? What do we got here, Dev? What are you up to? Has the state changed? No, it's the state change. No, this state. Is this changed? Yes. Okay, let's run some code. No. It's this element change. No. Fine-grained reactivity. You guys are just hostile, eh? These are fighting words. Oh man. The React compiler is amazing feature engineering, and it's going to solve a lot of problems with API. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, because this is what it is. It's a bunch of dirty checks. Can we look at ACD? Yeah, okay, fine. Let me see if I can find that one. I'll take anything from Andrew Clark. So, saw some people say that React compilers are a mission that use memo stacks and we created a responsive React. In reality, we had sufficiently smart compilers in mind the whole time we were working hooks and depth arrays, never would have shipped otherwise. Yeah, okay. We always been a believer in compilers. React started just JS for pragmatic reasons. You can start using without rewriting your existing data. This is also why it doesn't rely on any non-JS syntax. Blah blah blah. Ruthless pragmatism. The action runtime compiler additional hooks. Yeah. We're big Svelte fan. True about the compiler part. Now works on Svelte. It's simply untrue. Then yeah, of course. No, I actually talked about this a bit earlier. I'm not surprised that they always had compiler in the plans. It's just like it also for me makes React less React, but on the other hand, this is very React. So, because people see this and, this graphic was shared with me. Propagated change, state relationships. Okay. Fine-grained reactivity. Failed diff check. Yeah. The thing is, if this diff check fails, depends where the state comes in. But like a lot of times you can short circuit. If no one's setting state in here, which this example doesn't do, it gets here and then it just forgets about the rest of this. Right? So yeah, this is why I'm having a hard time with a lot of the visualizations for people because at a shallow level, it's fine. You can see the Svelte admiration. Like, look here. If we let's go to Svelte Dev, right? Not rethinking reactivity. That'll probably get me there, but let's go to Svelte and let's go to the REPL and let's make something that actually changes. Let's go on click equals. Did I get my syntax right? I don't even know. Name plus exclamation mark. I probably actually have to make this a function. Is this proper? Is this name? Sorry, I actually have to go actually write. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's not. Fine. Thank you, Svelte, for correcting my accessibility. Yay, okay. Working Svelte code. Let's add a second piece of state. Let other name equals chat. Apparently I can't spell. And let's add a second button that updates chat, okay? This is Svelte 3, classic Svelte. And we'll call it other name and other name. World chat. Sweet. Okay, let's look at the JS output here. Okay, I know this is super zoomed in for you all. We have a bunch of nicely named variables for our elements in our state. On create, that's what C stands for, create. Create an element, we create some text, space, button, okay, not interesting. On mount, we append all of these things into the DOM, not interesting. Not mount it, if we add click listeners, I guess. Okay, whatever. On update, if dirty flag matches with 1, do this and set this data. If dirty flag matches, do this, set this data. And if we look at T1 and T5, and we've been paying attention, T1 is this text node, the name, and T5 is the other name text node. It's these two text nodes. So they're pretty smartly here. This set data is a DOM helper that directly updates the text content nodes. So, see, people used to call this fine-grained reactivity, and I didn't, because this process is you set state on the component, doesn't matter what set state calls, and it calls this update function. Now, don't get me wrong, Solid does group some level of effects, and I can show the difference in the way that we group stuff, but that was an arbitrary choice that I made. It's not part of the architecture. We could also make every single thing separate. It's just, but Svelte's model is, you know why? Because this whole thing that we're looking at, this create fragment, is basically, oh, please be still there. Oh, that makes me very sad. You ever do that? Like swipe and actually back button? Oh. That's fine. I don't need this for the rest of this. This create fragment here is essentially, look, class components. Svelte has class components that essentially on a niche create the stuff through these lifecycle functions. My point is, basically, there's like a dirty check diff on stuff. Every time you run update, it runs a component function that diffs the stuff and then calls the appropriate action, in their case, directly on the DOM, rather than making a separate VDOM representation that's then laterally diff. But generally, it's just a dirty check. That's how Svelte works. Right? Is everyone following so far? Do we need a mod? Sorry, I missed something. Yeah, how do I made some people mods in the past, but I can't remember. Dev, how do I make you a mod? Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. You're around here enough. Anthony's a mod, but he's not around all the time. Cabanello. Okay, Dev, you're in. Thanks. Does anyone else want mod privileges while we're at it? Okay. Okay. Cool. Emily, you can trust me. Okay. My point is, we've seen this before, and in fact, when we've had the Marco compiler on stream, it's kind of similar too. One of the coolest things about these approaches, damn it, I am gonna do it again. This makes me really sad. I mean, it only took me a minute. But I have more here. On click. The problem was I was trying to like probably just like do a scroll anyways, and then other name. Where is I wanted to get here? I should do something more structurally different. This is there's like a context that gets read from. See context 0, context 1, So like they store these variable references, and this actually helped us figuring out how to do resumability in Marco. Quick has a similar idea, because you could serialize the data globally and then inject context into the component, and then essentially it would pick up from basically these references from an index. Okay, but I wanted to show this because of essentially, like I could show more complicated stuff here, but this is just, yeah. Let's look at the click handler. It calls set state, I mean invalidate. See, like when this just gets turned into set state index the new state, because these return, like they know that it returns the value, they just inline it like this. If I had something that was like name equals name plus, I mean, I can probably show you name equals name plus, I think, I mean, I think they might shortcut the assignment here. I'm like scared to yes. Oh no, they actually just inline it. They don't even care. Okay, it's fine, because they know it's a statement that it returns the value. Anyways, but like essentially Svelte kind of compiled into a smart React. It's not too hard to figure out that other people could have for years assumed that there'd be a compiler, right? They have a class component, they compile their assignments into set state functions, and then they do this dirty check. There is one key difference here. This is updating specific DOM nodes rather than producing a VDOM. But you can see the same sort of, and they're using bit flags here, but you can see this kind of checking thing, right? Let's continue here for a second, because one of the coolest things that React did for us is they made us a playground to check out the compiler, right? So you can make this kind of hello world scenario here, right? And you can see what it generates. And this is kind of cool, right? The $sign is that context, right? So this is like a hook, almost like pulling the context. Theo is one of those assigned variables. You start seeing the similarities here. If 0 is cached, this probably means something that's like always cached, like this is completely static. Then yeah, so here it returns the div and assigns it to position 0. And then basically whenever this doesn't match, it just says return the previously rendered nodes, right? Very simple switch, right? Things obviously get a little bit more interesting if we go const count set count equals use state, and then hello world count. Because now we determine whether we re-render this all based on if count changed or not. I mean, and this is our first hint that maybe this isn't quite the same. It doesn't need to be because you have a VDOM, but if we went other, that other, and we put other in here, what happens? If count or other changes, then re-render this section. Okay. So basically, if anything changes, do all the work. Otherwise, return the previous cache nodes, right? Seems reasonable, especially compared to this. And this is very, I mean, the first difference you can see between this and Svelte, I mean, well, let's actually do something more similar to what I did with the Svelte example, which is let's put 2 buttons on. All right. And count. I just want to like eliminate the possibility. Let's see how this does it. Other count. I don't know. I haven't played with this. See, this is actually cool now. Let's see if making it a div makes any difference. I doubt it will. See, so it's only because it's in the same element. There seems to be spaces. Do you see this? Count does this element, and then Oh, it's other. Let me put this here. See, they actually split count from other. So we are actually, basically, if it's within the same element, same text area, they're going to group it together. But if it's in a separate element, they actually do split it. They go, if count changes, run this JSX, other this JSX. And our div is the container that contains both of them. And if either ones of these change, then we remake the div. So you can already see that this actually is doing better than what you'd probably do typically with React. Right? Okay. So, I mean, one thing that is interesting is this code does feel like it's exploded a little bit. But when I was thinking about this, the very first thing that I thought about was, I don't know if you guys remember, Misko Hevery wrote an article a year ago and was like, React's upcoming compiler only solves part of the problem. He didn't look at the compiler. He didn't know what it was. He just knew conceptually that it wasn't it wasn't solving the same problem, right? And the reason this article was written was because he was getting very frustrated at this time. This is right before Signals Week, if you notice. And Misko and the Quick community did actually trigger Signals Week, like the whole big, when all the React core members from all of history came in to weigh in why signals were not cool. And I wrote 3 articles like that week, because they're trying to promote Quick, talking about the power of reactivity and signals. And they kept on getting these dismissive responses from people around React being like, oh yeah, the compiler is going to solve that. And he's like, no, the compiler doesn't solve that. And they're like, oh yeah, compiler solves it. For a while there, when signals are picking up, triggered a bit, also by Angular adopting them, right? That was like the first catalyst. And then this kind of battle came on. There was this kind of thing, because it was getting frustrating as other competitive framework authors. You'd be like, look, we're doing this work, and it's good work, and it's producing good performance, and React team can basically just dismiss all the work we're doing, and people won't even look our way, because they'll solve in the future with their super compiler, right? And this was like, no, I'm not going to let them wait a year and then basically like have it fail to deliver anyways. I'm going to write an article right now to explain why this future compiler is not going to solve your problem, right? And he uses this example where he's talking about state, separate render, and mutation, where he kind of splits the buy button from the shopping cart, okay? And long story short was, after hearing enough about this whole compiler thing, from my perspective, and I realized this is just a joke. Everyone pointed out to me that this meme template is when you show the house on fire. But I saw this and I was just like, oh man, are we trying to say that the compiler is the same as signals? That was like the line that was a step too far for me. I was like, okay, it's a hypothesis, but let's remake Misko's example with forget and solid. So I did. And I did something dumb here, which is add this delay. It helped the logs show properly. I kind of regret doing it now because the React team took it out of context. I was just trying to show that, pretend this is console log. I just wanted to show that if I put a console log in each component here on this whole tree, even though React does a smart thing in terms of re-rendering and stuff, but if I put a console log in every part of the tree, a lot of people assumed that the compiler would change like what gets re-rendered perhaps. And if you look at this, stop it. If you look at this, seriously, is this going to just, is it info? Which is the annoying one? Just like warnings? Okay, there we go. Go away warnings. Okay. Oh, but I got rid of info. Just freaking... Oh man, I'm just... Okay, let's try this again. I am just... Okay. App ABCD, initial render. When I click increment, app ABCD, everything re-renders. Okay. Now I made this fake work. It wasn't to show actual work. It was to simulate synchronous work, as in a large tree of components and checks. I doubt React would ever get that big. This is not to synchronize your application work, like use memo, derived value. This is to synchronize the overhead of actually just framework style work. React obviously doesn't have this overhead, but I'm saying is if a component has any kind of overhead, like where a loop that calls it from a React render cycle, loading context, whatever, making the hook state in the right place, any kind of overhead synchronous from the framework side. I just wanted to like show that it renders app ABCD. And the reason for this is we could probably see this from our forget compiler. Why don't we just... I mean, I could take it in the... Yeah, I mean, I didn't show you this app. Let me show you what it does, okay? Use state, passes count down, okay? Into component A. Component C has a click handler on it. And I put this console log clicked in so that we can see the click happening. That sets the count by 1. A calls a component B that gets the count, and component B is a div with the count in it. Component C passes the click handler through to component D, which has the click handler. And again, the whole point of this is to show like this tree where one side is the buy button and the other side is the shopping cart, right? With the shared state. Now, why does the whole tree re-render? Some people might be wondering, they're like, I thought forget was going to save re-render work. Why? Oh man, this is so... Okay. Why is this re-rendering? Well, let's see if the compiler can give us hints. If count changes, render component A, that makes sense. If count changes, render this on click. Well, it's because set count depends on count. So this also depends on it. And then this div look at the console static, and then we can compile it all here, and then here's our final output. So you can understand that count changing actually affects both branches. Even though it's not like a live dependency. Oh, I guess it is because of the closure, right? Otherwise, it would always be the same count, right? Because it's not a getter. So this is actually an important part, I guess, of why that model works. I guess if yeah. So when I built the solid version, you guys can guess the difference, obviously, because it calls the rendering once, right? And then when you press increment, nothing but click shows up. Again, because components don't re-render. Now, obviously, the do work doesn't impact here because this only happens on initial render. So like the React, like it was unfair of me to put that in there because in reality, this is representing, like it's like I was scaling the amount of memory work, which is not really fair because if I was scaling the amount there, I should probably like scale some derived thing. So ignore this. But my point is these components never rerun again, right? It doesn't matter if I made a transformation between component A, I made it, count times 2 or something, so we should double the count. It still doesn't cause it to re-render again. This is just part of the fine-grained reactive thing. Yeah, if you use the callback state with React, I think it doesn't. If we go count like this, I think it should be smart enough. When I click increment, yeah, it doesn't re-render C and D if we use the callback state. So interesting point, side point, when writing your new forget code, remember that closures can kill you, so to speak. So, I mean, this causes a whole other tree to re-render that doesn't need to, just because I used the variable directly instead of using it in the callback form. I think that's a good observation. Anyway. Right. I'm trying to come off as these things are different. I mean, one of the challenges here, and we'll get to it in a second, is obviously when I put this work in, it led to a conversation, right? Because then suddenly Ricky comes in later. He's like, to do the work in the recompute, right? So he's like, he made the memos, and then both the solid, like I'll show the solid example just for sake. He because the React is the same. He put the work in a memo, or I mean, it doesn't need to be a memo; it could even be a function call. And then now we are slow. We're taking the full brunt of the thing too, and it's re-rendering according to this. But the reason it's re-rendering is because he's calling the render the update of the memo, not the call of the function. That's fine, but that's why I said the point was the work was unfortunate. The difference is I wasn't making a situation where the work was like, in those how you had to put props count here, I wasn't making a situation where the how should I put it, the everything was derived. I was trying to show up a situation like what Misko was showing. We actually went on pretty deep, which was a lot of fun just for people to see. He gave me an opportunity because he showed me use transition. You can click 10 times in a row and interrupt only the final commit value. So he actually made this version, which is kind of cool because this is people know about async, about transitions, but React also does transitions even on synchronous data when it's our work when it's really long. So if you look at this version of it, it's using the memo again, but if you click a couple times, it doesn't show until the final value, so it can process it all, which was a lot of fun because it's been the first time in a long time that I got them use transitions in Solid. I tried the asynchronous and thing and do it, and you can see the thing if you click it a couple times, it doesn't. Anyways, it was interesting because they literally in the React comp, that thing that Dev highlighted, they were saying that suspensive transitions, we think it'd be pretty difficult to implement in the signals framework. It was very cool to have an interaction with the core team member where I got to actually show them it working in a signals-based framework. The really ironic part is we released it before they did because it took a while. Anyways, it wasn't necessarily perfect. It was just kind of amusing to me. Anyways, that was a great interaction. But what I mean, not everyone spends as much time looking at frameworks as I do. So I shouldn't expect the React team to make comment like to know like what Solid does or doesn't do. It is a little bit frustrating at times, admittedly, because like stuff gets said and people go, yeah, this is why, and it's like, no, actually not. Like I had the argument with Paul from like React 3 like a couple of years ago, and it's just I'm like, eventually I had to be like, man, please can you just stop saying that it's not like you need React's model to do this stuff. I literally have demos showing you otherwise. Can you just stop spreading that? It's tricky when you have bigger voices in the community and you have like more popular projects making these kind of statements, because it keeps them on top. So it's like it's challenging. Yeah. Oh, what a question. Yeah, I mean, maybe This is not real fine grained. Let's be at least we all know how we feel when you call things suspense. To be fair, most suspense implementations are like don't do transitions and don't do the full thing. They aren't all the way there. But I would love to, if they don't think that the Solid implementation is up to snuff, I wouldn't mind talking to them. It's only called fine grained reactivity if it comes from the Solid region of Canada. Otherwise, it's called what Svelte did 3 years ago. Guys. Oh man, this is endless. And it's more like what Svelte did. When does Svelte 3 come out? 2019. So it's like almost like 5 years ago. But yeah. Svelte has a async component or a wait component, which is kind of like you put a promise and then it holds it at that place. But like suspenses and version of control, I think we have it. I guess technically Vue has it too. They're if you have like async in your like setup function, you can have similar behavior. Yeah. But it's different. Like Svelte's very much a templing concern where you put the await, like you put the promise in the await. So yeah, anyway, this. I saw that my example wasn't really good enough, and I was like, okay, well, what if we took a different example, right? My favorite example, I give this one all the time in my talks, which is HuxPro, original React compiler, gave an example in his original talk, and his example was a to-do app. And I actually love this example because I use it in my talks because it was so illustrative. Because if you remember in HuxPro's original thing, he started with something very simple that looked like this, like this, where there's some state and then you update the state and there's a for loop. And then he showed how to implement it with React. And it was like freaking, with the memos and stuff to get it to like only log stuff in the right places was insane. Like he had to do a whole bunch of stuff. And then he showed the compiler output and that just blew people's minds because it was just like gigantic. But the code you wrote returned back to something simple like this. And I use it as a thing of like, you don't need a compiler with Solid. Well, it's more than not needing a compiler with Solid. I did actually, but one thing that was actually shown me by, I was trying to figure out, and I haven't solved this yet, is I was let me get here. Where is the, yeah, I'm in the right file. Is that, how do you, no, actually I'm not in the right file. I need to go, how do you detect change in React forget, right? Because in Solid I had to put the console logs in the checked binding in order to detect when it was created or updated. Because if I put in the component, it wouldn't actually run, right? We already know this. But I tried to do this with React forget, and unfortunately it didn't work the way I was hoping it to, but it makes a lot of sense why it works the way they do. Look what they do. Props on change, they guard on that one. Checkbox, they guard on that one. To-do checks, they guard on that one. But the problem is that console log that I put in here for a checked finding. T0, what's T0? Console log props to do. They actually hoist it out so it goes in the component body because they recognize that only the last return is the part of the expression. And because of JSX isn't lazy evaluated like us, they do run this every time the component runs. So they hoist it out. So I can't actually isolate. So I was trying to figure out how to put something in this branch rather than have it every time the component runs. Because every time the component runs is not particularly interesting in React. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's actually, like, we know already that the component's going to run a whole bunch, right? So I was having a hard time because, let me show you why I was having a hard time. Because I go here and I click the checkbox, and Todos is called, filter is called, and create update Todos is called. I just checked one box. Why the hell is everything freaking called? And the answer is because of this hoisting. Because those components do get called, they just don't they return the same stuff. So this really should, in this case, be a single create call. But the filter call is legit, and the Todos component, let me go here, I put it there just so people can see it. The Todos component running is legit, obviously. So you call the reason that the filter happens is because when you have state in React and you set update a to-do, it's immutable. So you actually have to update the list, and then the whole map function needs to run again, which then runs through all the components again, which then diffs down the tree. So yes, I mean, checking the checkbox will make the filter be called, call all three of these components, although only one is actually getting updated. I need a way of showing this, right? And fortunately, when I change this, to-dos component is called, this, but nothing else is. So you can see that the memorization is working. This trick is the props have something called visibility that gets passed to theme color that's passed here. So it did go through this component. So Todos has to run, but it didn't run the map function. So you can see that the map function doesn't get run when you change the theme color. But this component runs over and over again. But the challenge here is, like, if I add a to-do, let's add 4. Again, filter is called, which is the get filtered here, and then the 4 to-dos. And what's interesting is if I switch from all to active, which they're all active, again, let me see if the filter is called because you changed it, and all 4 to-dos are created again. My guess is that in reality, none of these will be created and it'll be a single filter call. It's just, I don't know with the compiler how to show this. But the reason I actually wanted to show this from a fine-grained perspective is let's go install and check the box. Okay, it adds 1 to do, undo 1. So we can assume that for React, it's doing that. But do you see the biggest difference here? It's not calling filter as I'm checking the boxes. Sure, if I switch to active, it will call filter. But checking the boxes doesn't call filter. And you might be like, okay, what? Well, it's because simply speaking, that when we use a store and we update the done on the to-do, it's not immutable. So we don't actually end up recreating the list. We literally update one field on our data, and it updates one field on the UI. It does not run the map function. It does not diff the map. This whole filter function doesn't get called again to apply the visibility. It does not then diff with the DOM. It doesn't do any of that. It literally just updates the one place. React Forget doesn't do that. And compilers in general have a very hard time doing this, right? Like, we use proxies for runtime for this. It's hard for traceability to have something update on a single field. But this is one of the big superpowers here, why Solid's so good in tables and charged lists and all this stuff. It's because we can update the stuff directly from hoisted up state without having to re-render all the stuff below it, right? Are you guys still here? Or are you guys arguing about C#? Like, do you understand the difference? Even though this is overrunning, the key part here is that every time all this extra stuff reruns, and it might not matter, like this might get shortcutted But the filter getting called, the mapping over the stuff, the different, all of that is avoided with signals. This is different. So I mean, I don't know. Who cares, right? Who cares? Right? Because like I have a theory, at least, right? Right? I do like it's not a theory. I mean, I don't know. I understand putting heavy signatures were okay. I do think that some dialogue around forget has missed the point. It will make the average React app faster and easier to write. My suspicion is it won't significantly impact the performance ceiling of React. It won't win any benchmarks. But making the average app faster is really a good thing if the default leads you to more success, then certain problems disappear or delayed significantly. So in that, it does have something in common with signals. Idiomatic code is the most performant. That's the win, right? It's just like, so, I mean, we could leave it at that, but yeah, he's talking about loading it. So Hux, I forget where it is, but somewhere in here, I'm still trying to get this. Isn't optimized component function still gets executed top down? Having branches that can actually skip it is one thing. Saying rerunning a component is no longer a thing is another. My brain's failing me. Yeah, because it's definitely rerunning the components. I think we've shown that. It's not really re-executing top to bottom. I guess what blocks my brain is that React already allows conditionals. How is this different? To be fair, the whole point of React Compiler is that devs don't have to think about something fundamentally different. They can maintain the good old rerun component mental model, even though it's now conceptually doesn't reflect the actual performance characters. Oh, and I just meant to go. I meant the performance ceiling in React's overall model comes to not the compiler won't raise the performance ceiling in React itself. As we shared during the React Cup, this is what we've seen in practice. Very well, memoized code got faster with React compiler because the compiler can actually apply optimization so much more thoroughly than a human would think to do. Interesting. Should we test it? I don't know. Let's test it. They think it's actually going to make things faster. Then let's freaking test it. I'm going to find the most optimal existing React implementation that I can find, something that's been tested for years in terms of performance benchmarks, and see if the compiler makes any difference on it. Let's do that. Faster than React without the compiler. I don't know. What's this? Oh, it's called the JS Framework Benchmark. Let's take a look here. Now I mean, I don't know. I said it was my suspicion. I can't confirm this stuff. And running stuff on stream live is not going to be perfectly indicated. But I'm curious, like, right? So, I mean, I've got React and I've got Solid and I got Vanilla.js. I think that's all I need. The first question is, can we actually get React going? I'm sorry, I actually only, I hadn't touched this. I only got it rerunning just before the stream because I haven't touched this in over a year. That's the funniest thing. People don't realize Solid.js has been, I think someone posted something in my bookmarks and I actually grabbed it because I was thinking about it. Yeah, this one. New JS framework benchmark graph, right? And it was showing, the history of frameworks on the JS framework benchmark, right? And the funniest thing is, I haven't touched, you can imagine Solid's performance pretty much at all since before this graph starts. If you go back to like 2019, or that was like the last time I was working really hard on it. This benchmark's just been sitting here the whole time. And in fact, Solid's kind of got worse slightly over time because things have changed in the browsers and other frameworks have actually done work here. I literally just haven't touched this in like 5 years. So I'm a little rusty. Right? You can see Vue. I've always been impressed with. Like, look what Vue's done. They've done these like waterfall level of performance improvements over the last little while. Angular, look at this. Nice. React has kind of just gone with the flow. I feel like browsers have been trying to optimize for React, so they're just getting kind of free wins. It would be interesting to go back before hooks. Preact, same kind of thing, just slightly below React. Svelte, like Solid, has slowly gone kind of slightly worse over time, but probably mostly hasn't been changed since Svelte 3 until Svelte 5 makes a change. Right, and this is before Vapor, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Let's what do we need? I think we should just take the stock React hooks implementation, right? Now, I haven't done this in such a long time that I'm probably not going to remember how to do this properly. But if we take this and paste it, the last time I think I did anything here was like when I did the Preact stream, when I made the Preact RX like thing like 2 years ago. Let's call this React Forget. All right, sweet. Sure, why not? All right, let's do this. All right. Luckily, this is one main.js, so it should be pretty easy to do. And it looks like it's been updated to fairly new syntax, like create root and stuff. So this will make our life a little bit easier. Yeah, this is already idiomatic updated React. What version of React is this on? Because we need to get to the latest. Okay, that's not bad. All right, let's look at one of my stack blitzes and see if we can pull. I mean, this is Vite, so I might not be able to get the exact thing. Let's go here. But I want to first get some React versions. Let's these look good. I'm gathering we can use Webpack to build it, and we have Babel Loader. I think that's all we need. There was some docs here, wasn't there? On React compiler. What is it? What's it like this? What you'll learn, blah, blah, blah. What's the compiler do? What does the compiler assume? Strict rules, getting started. React compiler health check. I don't need ESLint. Okay. Babel plugin React compiler. Okay. Let's get into, no, that's my web server. Let's go cd cd. Was it React Forget I called it? Okay. We should, I think everything should be up to date. Yeah, okay. All right, so now we have React plugin, React compiler, whatever. This probably belongs in the dev dependencies, but whatever. I don't care. We're just playing. Okay, and then what's in this config? It's like options. I think I just left it blank last time. Yeah, let's just put an empty object in there. It's fine. Let's go. Yeah, so this is presets, and then we're going to add plugin like that. I haven't done this before. Just letting you guys know. This is just, yeah. I'm surprised no one's done this yet. Maybe people have done it themselves. I have no clue, honestly. We're just gonna kind of go with it. We're gonna have to do this. I like this example. I actually helped write the original hooks implementation with some feedback from the React core team way back in the day when hooks were added, and they told me to use reducer, so I did. And then there's a bunch of memoized components and stuff. We might have to do some tweaking, but I'm hoping that is it. Let's just start with an npm run dev. Okay, what's wrong here? Oh, yeah, I forgot to change this back into just empty object. I don't know if there's special compiler options we want. Okay. let's see if I go to localhost 3. No, was it 8080 for this one? 8080. React or Git. Okay, well, first part of the test works. Whatever I'm doing isn't breaking it. It just works, which is beautiful. I guess the interesting question is the compiler actually being applied here? Do we see a bunch of like it's gonna be fun. It's in one freaking bundle. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be near the bottom. Okay, this looks like it, maybe. I see a bunch of these function references. I see a bunch of equal signs, F this, F that. Yeah, yeah. Okay. I mean, I think so. Yeah, if this not equals this looks like the compiler, right? Like I'm not being insane. It's yeah. This looks like the compiler. Yeah, this not equal this. React does not normally compile that kind of stuff in. Okay, this looks like the compiler. Yeah, turn it off and see if it changes. Thank you, obviously. I don't think this has got hot module reloading. This is old school. Let's look. Let's look at a component here. Yeah, I don't see any of those T dots. Actually, that'd be interesting. Let's just out of curiosity. Wheel and Finder. I want to see. So this is 184 kilobytes without the compiler. This is not gzipped or anything. Let me see. Actually, that's freaking huge. Okay, we'll talk about that later. I wonder what's going on. We're in dev mode too, so that's might be fair. But I'm kind of curious. We'll do actual measurement later, but the size might actually also give us an indicator of how big it is. Okay, only went up 1 kilobyte. That's good. There's not that much code. Huh. Oh, wow. Welcome. Okay, so at least it's functioning, which is the first step here. Now, I guess an interesting question is, am I supposed to just remove the memo functions? Like my gut feeling here is is that I'm supposed to, if I want to go back, I should just do this. And then do this. I think that last one's an easy one. If it's always true, I think we can figure that out pretty easily via compilation. Yeah, I mean, I got props on how easy this was to just get working. Okay. Yeah, I think that's like, is like, did I just do it? Like, is that it? I don't think the thing is, this is already fairly heavily optimized. Like we already hoist state up to make sure that it doesn't do anything dumb, you know, and with the way we pass the reducers in are designed to prevent re-rendering. Yeah. So anyway, I think that's it. Let's build prod. Let's build prod. I mean, I guess we should actually check that all the functionality works. I'm pretty confident, given how easy this was, that that this all works. Like if I go create 1,000, clear, create, append. Yeah, we're in the 2000s. That worked. Yeah, I don't know. Create 10,000, clear, create 1,000, update every 10th row, highlight, remove, swap. Okay, nice. All right, well, okay. Let's close a couple of these. Actually, I'm going to keep that one over. We don't have to show this Svelte REPL anymore. So the next part is the boring part, you guys, because I'm actually going to, because I'm running my computer and it's hosting a live stream and we're doing this stuff, I cannot trust anything in this folder, because when I run stuff right now, this is just very preliminary. So we do not want any of this stuff in this folder. So what we want to do here is we want to run keyed vanilla JS keyed React hooks and keyed React forget. What did I? Am I in the wrong window? What did I do? Oh yeah, I'm in the. I'm so lazy. I just like don't want to. Not this one. I don't want to type it again. Whatever. Keyed vanilla JS keyed React hooks keyed React forget. And this is why this is incredibly boring part now, because it needs to actually run. Anyway, I mean, honestly, I'm actually pretty. Oh, you're saying it's not going to. Well, if I spelt it wrong, it's not going to. Oh, I can't see now. It's just not going to run it. And actually, you're right. It's not running it. Know why? Because it would have done forget first, because forget starts with an F, which comes before hooks. It's fine. We'll run it right after. It just skips it. So it's going to do hooks and vanilla now, and then we'll do forget right after. Okay? It's all good, guys. All right. Well, while it's doing this and I can't really do much on my computer because it kind of hijacks it, what do you guys want to talk about? No. Not true. I can technically... It's going to take over my main window. I can interact with chat here for a moment. What's been going on with you guys? The thing is, I don't control which... I don't think I control which window it shoots it to, and the problem is it's even if I try to like pull something out in the foreground, it's going to keep on doing it, and we don't really want to be messing much while this is going. So this is a good time to ask me any random questions while this runs. Perfect. How long until SolidStart V2 stable release? Well, I'm not worrying about SolidStart V2 right now. Right. What I'm worried about is Solid V2. We're doing some really cool work on async. Mostly, I'm a big fan of React's async model. I don't know if that's been obvious enough to people. One of the coolest things about React's model is how purity extends all the way down to effects. They have this really cool superpower in that they know which effects even depend on async values. And that's something we don't have today in Solid, which is really annoying because technically speaking, reading in effects is already too late. Like, you don't do the effects until everything is landed. So generally speaking, it's fine, but we don't, if something is async and it's read the first time in an effect, it won't block, which is our problem, which is it's because essentially, like, it doesn't realize till it's too late that it needs an async value. Like, if you read it anywhere else, if you read it in rendering, it's fine, but it's user effects that are a problem. If you read it during rendering, if you read it in some kind of computed value, we know, and we go, okay, trigger suspense. But if you read it for the first time in an end user effect, we don't know. And React gets around this because they have the dependency array, so they know up front that, like, if you have some kind of async value you use, and the only place you use it is an effect. Again, I don't know many use cases that are like this. It will know that this part needs to suspend. So this is an interesting piece. But if you solve that in the same way you saw earlier when we were using the create memo, Ricky put the create memo into all the components, and you kind of had this like additional thing to try and show like the work getting done in Solid. But if we make a kind of similar change, we can do the pure part all the way through the reactive graph without running the components. Essentially, it will happen invisibly for you, like in the JSX, but not obviously in your end user effects. But with that ability, we could basically mimic React's promise throwing style blocking async, where you don't have to do null checks, the colorless kind of approach, but through the reactive graph instead of through the component tree, which is kind of cool, because in the same way that Solid's signals push all the work down to the leaves, this would push the async blocking down to the furthest leaf, essentially, where it's finally read in the end, which, as I said, is very, very, very cool. And it's one of the main focuses on Solid 2.0 is this kind of update to async, because it'll make our transition type stuff a lot cleaner. And, like these kind of edge cases I'm talking about, again, people don't hit this very often, but when they do, it's kind of like, why the hell is it doing that? And it'll also, it'll give us basically this kind of incredible power to block on data without coloring stuff, right? Which is, as I said, really powerful, because then you can write your components without nulls. Like, you can actually go, okay, this doesn't accept nullable properties, and it's way down in the tree. And then you can load data higher up in the tree, and you can pass through prop drilling, and without the components running in the middle necessarily, without you having to do a check, like, is the data here? A component that was authored not expecting async data will be able to handle it perfectly, and it won't be blocked at the component level. It could be blocked right at that text node. Like, that's what I'm talking about. I think that's what I'm excited for. Do you know what I did? I was scrolling the chat, and I did the exact same thing I did on the Svelte demo. Where it went back, so I backed out of StreamYard. I'm so sorry. Let me present my screen. On the positive, it looks like the benchmark has moved onto my other window right now, which is kind of nice. Anyways. All right. How's everyone doing? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it's it annoys me. I think you can disable the backup in your browser. Yeah, I hope so, because I don't generally want to disable the motion, but it's got to be in the browser. No, the benchmark is doing fine. It's still off doing its own thing, so we're good on the benchmark. Vanilla.js is well in its paces, and then we'll switch to Forget in a second here. Yeah. We're good. Yeah, StreamYard has caused me some problems in the past, but it's also a cheap option. You're so back, thank you. I'm just going up to see where I missed the chat. I actually wasn't aware of that detail, so I can't really speak much to it. What do you part in the DOM parts proposal, the way they help with DOM? Yeah, I mean, there's a couple proposals that people are working on now that I think could help. I think the DOM parts is really interesting if it's performant. I think it's low enough level, hopefully, that it's not the same problem. Like, I'm always concerned about bringing templating into the language, because we might find smarter ways to do it. Oh, guess what? It decided that it wanted this window again. It's all good. So yeah, I mean, there's the hardest thing for me on specs is you kind of got to wait for them to ship before you can even like talk about the viability of them, because you got to see how they're implemented. Do you want to talk about TCR and Thrills? If you're a past I missed it. Yeah, I talked a little bit about it. I'm happy, and I talked about the Signals 2.0 stream. I'm happy that the spec is got to a point where it's stage 1. I'm glad the conversations are happening. I think it's challenging. The next stages might be a little bit more challenging, but if we can get this all to land, it's pretty exciting. Yeah. I don't know if I have much else to say at this point. It's very cool to see so many framework authors aligned, which is really cool from that perspective, right? How long does the benchmark take? Yeah, I mean, earlier before, I would say generally about 5 minutes of framework. But I don't know how long we've been running it for now, because we're almost through 2 frameworks. When did I start it? I should have timed it, but it's about 5 minutes of framework. It was, I want to say that we started it about 12 minutes ago. Well, this one here that I'm running on is a MacBook Pro. It's my work computer, which funnily is not the computer I classically do most of my work on. It jumped across Windows again. It's like whatever window I have focused at the time that it runs. Yeah, I mean, my suspicion is that we won't see much difference, because like basically this is super, like my comment was, I think that for a lot of code bases, React compiler will make things a lot better, a lot faster, the defaults being faster. That was my take and assumption. Joe was trying to say that even highly optimized code could see benefits. I want to know that, right? Yeah, I shared that tweet, Dev, a few moments ago, but yeah. Okay, I think it's done. Let's do hooks now, or forget. Yeah, see, so let's just, yeah, it's slash keyed, and then we don't need to run these ones. We just need to run our last one. Okay, let's run forget. Let's go. All right. Well, it ran 2. So that was more like 10 minutes. Yeah, I mean, someone was asking earlier why we use reducer, and it was just easier. The interesting thing people don't always realize, and it's why use callback exists in React, is that, and this always confused. I think this is actually one of the disjoints between me and the React guys. They treat functions and everything as memoizable. So, like, if you make if it closes over a different version of the variable, then you have a new version of the function. So when they were solving a lot of solutions and saying, "Oh, what's a solid version look like?" they would make these really. Their assumption was like, "Oh, we need a new version of the function handler passing it through," and um, and and a lot of times in solid I'd be like, no, the count, the original reference is still good, so we don't actually need to memoize functions or worry about functions. It's just easier to just literally read the thing. And that what that ultimately did in a lot of these conversations was the solid solution became drastically simpler than they were starting where their assumption was, and then they're like, look how simple this is, and they thought the solid solution, they'd be like, look how awkward this is. And then I was like, no, but we don't have to worry about the function being memoizable. And then it was like both solutions are simple in their own way. And I think use reducer is kind of in this category here because of having the single function do the state propagation rather than like the set state. Yeah, and that's exactly what I've been trying to say. It's just I think this will make a difference to many real code bases, ones that even think that they're very optimized. But if this does make a difference, I'm actually kind of interested, right? Obviously, because I'm definitely interested if this does make it's possible that this does make a difference, and I think that's pretty cool. I mean, this is not the most accurate test, so if we're within 5, because I'm running all the stuff in the background right now, if we're within 5-ish points of it, I'm going to assume that they're equal and it's any given run. But like, yeah, I mean, this might not be completely optimal. I think there's some React state libraries that somehow get ahead of this, which makes no sense to me. So obviously there might be places where even this implementation could be improved slightly. So, yeah, I mean, this is the challenge here. Do you want to know why this is the challenge here? It's because Million.js destroys this benchmark. Do you know what I mean? Like, just like I can't even write the solid implementation as efficient as the Million.js implementation, because the Million.js implementation doesn't even the things that make React simple is what lets Million be so simple in this benchmark, because it's not worrying about like state management in a way that like actual apps would, right? Like signals do bring an overhead. So Million is like, how fast can we just strip everything out and just blast this one scenario? Don't worry about nesting, don't worry about like any kind of scenario. And it's interesting because on one hand you have this thing that shows such incredible performance improvements in terms of raw benchmarks, and then you have Forget, which we will may or may not have some impact here, but actually is probably more meaningful. Like as I was saying earlier when we were talking about the Million Lint, for as fast as Million is, it probably isn't always going to make a huge difference on your app. I mean, there's the old Inferno. Inferno's been around, and Inferno isn't quite as fast as Million, but like we've had 8 years of where people could have gone to used Inferno and essentially had some good benefit changes there. And Meta, Facebook, my understanding, did this test, and they were like, no, we're going to go our way and not go there, go that direction. And they did other types of research. In this benchmark, it is million without React is kind of the thing. I don't know if adding million in, like, is million always in React? I should actually look at the implementation, but it basically sidesteps React almost immediately is what I'm getting at. Yeah. We got more React people in here. Hey. Yeah, it's I was highlighting on the chat, so it's still running on the other side. Oh. All right. Web. I can never remember. This is a problem. I haven't done this in such a long time. I despite popular belief, even though I used to spend a lot of time on this framework benchmark, it's been years. I can't even remember where the results are. I know that he does stuff like this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I would say in this benchmark, interesting. They're essentially the same. I don't know why there's variation on create many rows. It is interesting that select row seems slower here. I wonder if it's an example of where, I mean, we'd have to run a few times. This is too close for it to be like statistically significant for my opinion. But like, this is a bit of a gap, and it actually doesn't vary much. I wonder if there's an example where, like, say, memoization doesn't benefit. I mean, as much. This is a stupid test, to be fair. This is the shortest test in the whole benchmark, and it has to be super slowed down to even see the difference, because we're literally talking the speed of clicking a row. So this one is the most wonky one on the whole benchmark, but it's also the one that shows the benefits of fine-grained updates more than others, because literally you don't have to run the for loop. Like, if you have a fine-grained system like Solid and you update one to do in a big data store, it's and you update the one ID, it's going to update the one row. It's not going to go, okay, mutable data, clone the array, which doesn't matter, but insert the same items except for the one that's changed. Like, now go through, map over that, notice that they're the same. So don't recreate all the other ones, create the one new one for that, and then create the new thing. Like, that whole process just gets skipped when you have like true fine-grained rendering. But like, yeah, it's interesting. Swap rows is basically the same. Remove rows. Create many rows got faster, but it could be variable run. We could run like this, but I can't trust the results too much because of the setup we're running under. But yeah, I mean, this suggests, according to this average, that forgets negligibly slower because of this one test. I don't know how much time I want to sit on it. I could rerun this one test for both and see if there's any change here. I'm curious enough that I'm going to just run the one test. This will be a lot faster. We just go ... bench. And we actually got to put them both in here. We want to go keyed, React, hooks, and we want benchmark 04 underscore, I think. I'm pretty sure it's 04. It's always 04 because this is the, let's just run those two again. Okay, yeah, sorry. I'll blow up the results after this one. Sorry. This benchmark is very cool. I read the parameters, the dev tools, and parts of JSON you do. So, yeah, this is in terms of public benchmarks. This is probably it's standout in terms of the community effort, in terms of the people involved. If you go back, you'll see PRs from many framework authors. You'll see Edmund Yu and Rich Harris and lots of people contributing to this over the years. Stefan has always tried to keep things pretty fair. There's categorization. At one point, when I was more involved, I went through that's how I learned a lot about the JavaScript frameworks. I went through every framework to see if they were cheating, essentially, because Solid cheated initially. Our first post, we came in at the top and people were like, no. And it's like, oh, I didn't realize that. So, I kind of went back and over time I helped by scanning all the frameworks. They're done. Much faster to run one test for two frameworks. Not yet. Okay. It got a little faster, and this one was a couple points faster. It could change run to run, but I think this actually suggests that the forget version here is actually slightly slower. Let me plus it up for you guys. Right. Partial update. I kind of want to look at all these micro ones to see. It might be that forget's just like tiny bit slower, because it's like this is so optimized structurally that maybe the overhead of doing the checks is enough to show up, even though like versus not doing checks that aren't necessary. I don't know. I think we'd have to spend more time here to say anything conclusively. Anything else interesting here? Memory usage slightly higher. Oh, is my hooks? Do you know what it is? Also, this isn't fair. I'm using React 18. Oh, we don't want to do this. I should have used React 19 on the hooks version. This is React 18. This is it's fine. It's fine. It's all fine. Sorry, it's just not fair if you don't compare against the same version of React, right? So I'm going to have to run the hooks version again. It's only one framework this time instead of 3 frameworks. It's just... Okay. Anyway. Yeah, sorry, there's a lot going on in chat. All right, I still have to zoom the results, don't I? Did I zoom them? How much more do I have to zoom them? It's running right now. It's fine. I did zoom them a bit, I feel like, but maybe I can zoom them more. Yeah, this tests memory, it tests output size, it tests everything. So that's why 19 was important to me because I wanted to make sure that we were testing. Yeah. Should I over, I can switch layouts so it does the overlay, but I thought I might be blocking something. I think it's actually better for what I'm doing to do it like this. Sorry. Okay. Because see 18 here, you can see that forget is the compressed size is like different, but I think this is mostly going to be just the difference between React 18 and React 19. It's 40 versus 49. And first paint, I guess, is impacted by that. Yeah, comparing against React 18 is just not fair. You guys are asking sushi or pizza. I'm pretty sure it's leftover pasta. I made what is it? Just like fusilli, the pea one, with broth. Hadn't actually made it before. Little fresh mint from the garden too. Pretty good. All right. See, sorry guys. I just, if I'm gonna do this, I want to do it right. Always need 3 points, right? This is why I run 3 frameworks. You need the control, which is vanilla, like the triangulate. You need, and then you need the 2 things you're comparing. If you ever do a benchmark and it's just 2 things, you don't have like you need the baseline always. It just, otherwise you don't know what you're comparing. Something could be 20 times. You can always find a way to blow something up so it's like 20 times faster or whatever. All right. Forget slower. It might be a tiny bit in this example, but it's, again, we're talking about probably one of the most scrutinized, optimized benchmarks out there. Oh, is it just called React compiler? I liked calling it forget, but that's good. Then we can take it back. If they're gonna call their stuff fine grained rendering, I could call solid set and forget. Okay, didn't really. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things that make different benchmarks reliable. Part of it is you have to scrutinize like what is being tested is actually being tested. It is hard to make benchmarks like actually real world or fair from that perspective, but the best you can do is make sure that like you're testing the thing that you're trying to test, right? Even if it's important or not important. It's hard to find a perfect balance between things to test that are actually valuable versus not. Wait, is this real? Was it ever called use action? You would know. I didn't see the action. Now that I think about it, I didn't see the proposal until like maybe a couple weeks before it was released. I think you were on the inner circle on that. Ah, okay. Okay. done. It is done. All right. Ha 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 ha. It's because 19 is slightly, yeah. 18, 19's where the slowdown's coming in, not from forget. Yeah, you called it. Some things are faster with forget. Some things are slower slightly. We still see create rows being slightly faster and swap rows being faster. But select is still slower, right? I think this is the only test that's as granular enough to like this. I always call this one the fine grain test. This is the one that all like knockout, like if we knockout beats React on this one, like, you know what I mean? Like this is the, and I think this is the one where memoization costs would show up the most, where if it wasn't necessary. 57, 64, 59, 68, 35, yeah. Yeah. So bigger difference between React 18 and 19 than the difference between forget and non-forget. Which is cool because we were able to do some memos. Forget has higher run memory, it looks like. Except interesting, this create cleaning cycle was improved. Maybe the cost of the memo function has impact there. Run memory. And then, yeah, we see the size grow. It was not forget size, but React 19 size increase that actually made this giant difference. The forget code uncompressed is 2 kilobytes bigger, but it's half a kilobyte difference in the end here. And everything else is basically equivalent. So, I mean, I'm just going to say that these are identical, as you predicted, Parasocial. Right. I mean, sometimes extra, like Dan wrote a great article a while ago about when to use memo, and he's saying that like memoization itself isn't always good, although it turns out that I think it's good more often the times than we realized, as long as the mechanism is lightweight enough, and that's what forget has proven. But yeah, if you have the most optimal code and then you add memoization, just like if you have the most optimal code and you add signals are not making it any faster. Memoization is not making it any faster. I would just consider this a wash, which is good. Do you know why? Do you know why I'm considering this good? Because some features that are good from a performance standpoint ultimately actually have a cost when it comes to raw performance. Like if we go here and we look at something like where we were doing, oh god, where the hell, I'm in class React, so I've gone too far. React classes, where is class React faster than hooks again? It never used to be. Oh, it is. No, React hooks is here. React classes is here. Ooh, classes got faster. Interesting. Okay. Hooks, when they were released, were faster than classes for quite a while. Where are we? Quicks over here. Where am I? Hooks use transition. Yeah. Going from use transition, like using the concurrent APIs for React, just turning them on in a test where it probably doesn't apply, has a bigger slowdown than turning on forget. Forget is at least basically invisible if you don't benefit from it. So it's like kind of a free win. I mean, it's kind of like, why not? You know? So yeah. You know, it, in the best case scenario, it does nothing, you know, or worst case scenario, it does nothing basically. Maybe make your bundle a little bit bigger, but probably, I don't know if it's going to make that big of a difference. Sorry, I'm just trying to get back to stuff. Yeah. Looks like we're getting more and more people up at the front here, you know. This crowd gets bigger every day. Us and Svelte are, yeah, what's happened? This run is changing its head. Inferno got in front of us and Svelte, which is odd because nothing has changed. Yeah. Yeah, no. What I was gonna, I did it again. What I was gonna say is that the select row metric is one where you'll generally see reactive libraries at the front of the list, and then Block DOM and Million are impressive that they get this far up on the select row tests. They actually beat out Solid, which is impressive. Inferno, but Svelte Classic, View, like Svelte 5 next. What's the difference between Svelte 5 next and Svelte? What? Is there 2 Svelte 5s? I guess that's old Svelte. Oh well, whatever. Enough looking at this. Solid's worst metric is garbage collection. It's clear rows. Let me go back to here. Yeah, where is it? Let's go back to it's funny. It's like, where do I, yeah, let's go back to sorting by geometric. If you look at Solid, the thing that's holding it down the most, and Svelte 5 is memory. It's not memory because our memory is actually fairly low. If you look here, not compared to like block DOMs type stuff. Let me see here. No, our memory is still pretty comparable. But for some reason, I think the memory release of the signals, I think it's related to memory. Something about cleanup is our worst metric here. It's a thing keeping us down. If you look at this, if we were to take something Solid and something like Million, you'll see that most of the scores are almost identical, except this one is a killer, right? 13 versus 15.5 or 16. See, 3.6 is comparable for 14. How's Block DOM doing there? Or Million, 400. Like, yeah, it's mainly this clear rows thing. Solid's best metric now isn't that stand up anymore, because it used to be select row and partial update used to be really good for us. I think this is a poor run. I don't know why this is so high right now, but this run looks like it's just poor in general, but this is not what I'm accustomed to, but I don't think we have a particularly best metric. We're pretty good all around. That's how we got in front of the VDOM libraries, was that it was very good all around. Yeah, and yeah, Svelte 5 next is the right one, and then there's Svelte 5 Classic, which is pretty cool. This is impressive improvement, to say the least. But anyways, enough of this. Let's continue going. I think we kind of showed, at least from like a pure raw DOM kind of benchmark, you know, like, yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting any difference. I'm glad we went back and tested React 19, because that made a bigger difference, essentially. Okay, let's keep them going. All right. And just to clarify, I mean the performance ceiling React's overall model in comparison with signals, not that the compiler won't raise the performance ceiling React itself. Yeah, I'm not sure if it does. Yeah. But as I said, it doesn't have to. Okay. Let's go bookmarks. Let's see if we pick up any. There was a few other things for This Week in JavaScript I wanted to kind of talk about. We're not doing This Week in JavaScript. The whole thing is This Week in JavaScript. Yeah. I don't even feel like getting into this. This was prime baiting. I flagged both of these because it's funny that you ask the same question, you switch the thing, and I was amused reading some of the responses because at first everyone on why choose solid over next, and it was all like, I care, other than Dax being funny, people clarifying that next is like SolidStart. Most people are like some performance comment, and then when you go to the next side, why do you choose next over solid? Everything is ecosystem, right? So it's funny because when people got into more detailed responses, the solid over next reason was almost always technical, and the next over solid reason was almost always non-technical. So I thought that was interesting at the time. What's here? I don't know if you guys saw this. They have this new API that they're working on, the DOM. I haven't had a chance to review it yet, but it's move before API that basically, my understanding is, allows the like move reparenting elements without losing the context on it, which is kind of actually huge. I don't know how frameworks will use it, but if the performance is good, it's kind of really cool. Let's see what else. I don't know if we need to talk about the compiler stuff anymore. I want to give a little shout out to Dev on this stuff. Oh no, not this one. I did have the tweet that showed the remix one. That's not the one that I was looking for. It's fine. Let's see here. Do you know what's kind of funny? Let's talk about this for a second because it came from the SolidStart article. How many people hate file system routing? Like, just absolutely hate file system routing. Like, I think almost everyone actually dislikes file system routing. Right? Some people have come around to it, but I had there's this thing where this guy posts this after our article, and like a lot of people are like, why would I ever want this thing? Right? And PHP did file system routing right. There you go. It just makes sense. Felix gross to me, I have no experience, semantic reason they're correct. I think a lot of people don't understand why it even exists, right? And I actually responded, do you want the actual answer? File-based routing removes a huge amount of complexity in linking bundling to the concept of pages, important for generating lazy bundles, preload tags, and asset management. It's why every meta framework has it, and basically impossible to avoid. The alternative is so much worse, it's untenable. To date, I've never seen a config-based system deliver everything in a manageable way. Now, there's some people who respond to me saying, oh, what if you did this? And there's some potential here, but like holistically looking at what the system has to do. So like one of the things is saying, like, even if SolidStart lets you not use the FS routing, I wouldn't recommend it. Swap your router library, but keep the file system is what I'm saying. And the original poster actually had some really great questions here. I've been waiting for this comment. Very interesting point of view. Just to make sure I'm not taking a version specifically, but general concept. I have recently learned that there are actually multiple different concepts applied to file-based routing. Reviewing all TanStack, one seemed much more accessible to me. So if for some reason I couldn't use Angular config-based routing, I would lean towards that one. I heard that Next is opt-in, opt-out. Can you config-based file and mix and match, right? And SolidStart is as well. But what I was going to say is most of these concerns arose around SSR and smart lazy loading plus preload. Stuff like TanStack actually doesn't do it without file system routing. Tanner was asking me yesterday if he had any ideas how to accomplish it without. Frameworks that have opt-in, opt-out generally are opting out of more than just more things, and people don't realize. Like generally it still works and only impacts initial page load performance, so you might not notice it. But like when you don't use the FS routing, you give the framework less information. I do think this is potentially solvable in other ways, but I'm not sure those other ways are an improvement, and I have yet to see them, which says a lot given that FS routing isn't ideal. But at least the boundaries of analysis are clear and the syntax is cleanly defined. And it's so funny, like the day before I post this, Tanner actually dropped this one. I haven't looked at it yet. After being very bullish on code-based routing, I've come back the other way pretty hard. Any route convention is way better than most random systems I've seen emerge without it. There's pushback against file-based routing on the idea that you must build everything or even the significant portion of the feature for location in the actual file for the route. If it fits there, then do all of it in the route. If it doesn't, why not just build it into the feature, TSX and render feature, whatever. Discoverability, convention, flexible, creative. Rigid on the parts you don't want to screw with others. Yeah. So, yeah, anyways. I think this is interesting. I think this is because he's working on TanStack Start, and he started being like, man, to try and solve this stuff well, it's really hard to do it without FS routing. So just wanted to kind of put that out there. It's people see this, like, obviously these conventions drive people crazy. I had fun with designing this because my choice for this is a weird one, perhaps, but it's consistent. We only have 3 rules, I think, for routing. And I know there's a lot of file name conventions and stuff, but our rules are simple. Wildcards go in brackets, and the other rule is params go in brackets, wildcards are ... right? And then anything with a parentheses around it, or I guess there's 4 rules. Anything with parentheses around it is just removed from the route. It just doesn't exist from the. It's structural to allow children to go in, but or children not to go in, because we have the rule that files named the same rule as the folder produce the layout. But what it does is those use cases, whether you want to have named index routes, whether you want to have group routes, whether you want to get out of routing, all use the exact same convention, which is just, it's the same mechanism, which is just remove the stuff beside. It's basically comments. The parentheses are route comments. I think this is interesting because no file needs to be named the same, and this is the only thing that it's fighting you. It's basically saying that in terms of annotations, like you could, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I like what we built in terms of options, but yeah, there's a RSC, or there's a proposal for this in the works. I'm not sure I love it, but I think it's probably fine. I'm still struggling with it because most things you can do with parallel routes, you can do a different way. And there's a lot of implications here. I was talking to Tanner about this too, and I forget if he finished implementing parallel routes, but he said the TypeScript for it was just like horrendous. One thing that's always possible here with FS routing is we could like expose, like, write your own route convention. I think Vinxi does a really good job here, so it's not actually that hard. Like as long as you, the challenge is the input into the router. Yeah, I mean, it's probably fine. The one thing that's kind of interesting about Start is because of the structural nature of these things, while we convert these properly, the parens actually make it into the route config that comes out the other side. I don't think people are using other routes in SolidStart yet, and this is probably one of those things where before 1.0 I had the lockdown, so we're kind of where we're at. But it is interesting that the ignoring the parens bit is part of, well, I guess technically not our output out the other side that you get in file routes. So yeah, I don't know. Basically what I'm saying is if someone wrote their own FS router for SolidStart, or so they could use their own conventions, they would have to target an output format that isn't the final output format that they see in file routes. So we'd have to like explain what that output format is. But I guess I could refine that before publishing it because that's not a feature we currently have today. Anyway. I thought this one was interesting. Because FS routing is controversial, but it's kind of actually also, like necessary, unfortunately. Ready to return RSCs from use query, use mutation. Caching still going to dispense with them. The Tanner, this kind of interesting idea is like, instead of putting them in loaders, what Tanner is doing here, which is kind of cool, is I think it's like SolidStart, where you can have use function. You saw the release article for SolidStart where we show the use server inside the use query or create query. Why not return RSCs from there too? Well, the answer is structural considerations, I think, but it's interesting. Well, the problem is that I don't picture is use query doesn't feel like a route level consideration. Like it feels like it's independent points. So like a use mutation is fine, but you actually like, how do you scope what the output is coming back for the page? Like I know that I guess if you call it out and treat it like it's an action and that it will always re-render the whole page, then yeah, I mean, and yes, Tanner could definitely do that. But I think it changes semantics like a bit. Like when we use mutation, use query, yeah, it's like with use server, we keep Tanner semantics of the granularity of the updates, whereas use action is very like a hammer. You know, it's like a lot wider. I mean, I think it could be done though. It just question is whether he wants to mess with this. Like I was fine because I was designing a new system essentially with working on Start. What was this one? Can't remember if Rich Harris wrote something. Someone needs to invent Svelte but with JSX. Initially, it was because I was copying API from an earlier project, so my coworkers would have an easier time adopting it. B, because I believed it would be impossible to get the same performance characteristics with JSX. The latter point was shown mostly untrue by Dominic and myself, but there are still some advantages in terms that can be statically analyzed. Mostly, though, it's a matter of preference for me and team. Okay, yeah. So he's just talking about using JSX or not. I don't mind that. That's a little bit of a afterthought. Yeah, this is an interesting thought. They're basically selling. This is about server components. Basically, SED is suggesting that caching is or dynamic versus static is like a fundamental idea. React conceptually has pure functions, not just that happen to re-render. That's why concurrent mode, all these things are built on the same API. Similarly, Next has dynamic or static, which isn't the default on the page. It also allows creating PPR, expressing dependencies. Okay. Yeah. It's funny because reactive libraries actually really focus on the difference between dynamic and static. Yeah, I don't know if I have anything more to say on this. I think I see them just using server use client for today's implemented use cases rather than the concept they unlock in the future. Yeah, I actually think that is an interesting. We talk about concepts unlocked in the future. I actually want to talk about one of my hack MDs here. Just a second. Let's sign in with GitHub. We got a few more minutes left. Because I think I already talked about reactivity in a previous stream. What I want to talk about here is, let's go back to my profile. There's a few things that I didn't talk about on my profile. We talked about this. We talked about this. Didn't talk about this. React Summit. That. This is fun, by the way. If you want to be sold on SolidStart, check that out. But what I wanted to go here is, this is a pain in the ass. Sorry, public service announcement. Why is clone nodes broken compared to import node? This is like something only framework authors appreciate, but seriously, we use clone node in Solid because it's 30% faster, and then all these things started breaking the last like little while. It wasn't always that way, but new features and stuff. And the Firefox team claims that that's how the features work in some cases. It's very frustrating. Like lazy on image elements doesn't work properly when you clone it instead of import. Like it's just, I feel like they should just fix this. I don't know if it's hard, but anyway. Okay, so this is what I was looking for. Yo, dog, I heard you like servers and you like signals. What if you had signals on the server? So this is kind of like an idea, I guess, kind of like live view, where my understanding is you could set the reactivity up on the server, and then like I mean, I don't even know what this does. Maybe I just have dev on at some point and he can actually tell me what this is doing. Because when I look at this and I'm thinking this whole thing's client, I'm like, do I send the JavaScript for him? I get the whole thing where it's creating signals and then it's using those signals so that like the live connection keeps it live. But is this client updating? I'm not sure. It's an interesting idea, right? You know, because, you know, obviously you get synchronization, all this stuff. And, you know, I think this is if you can get past, you know, stateless, I think this is interesting. I was very impressed when I had live Vue.js on the stream, you know, a while back because of how simple the model was. It was as simple as like a single page app, simple. Like basically on the extremes, the model is very simple. When you get in the middle of the hydration and all that stuff, things get really tough. And I actually 2 weeks ago wrote my thoughts on this. Another one of these articles. I think I might have shared this one somewhere. But when Seb was talking about the using use server for more, I started thinking about this like myself. I guess it was before he's actually said that. I'd already been kind of thinking along these lines. But you know, there's different types of solutions, like server-only signals, like live view equivalent, where you can basically send them minimal to the client and just have the signals update and do pinpoint updates. Right now, most of them use like morph DOM and do like these like diffs. But what if you could like restrict it not at like a super sub component level, like have fine-grained rendering on the server, like Solid does, and then just like send the updates over the wire, you know, in a granular way? Might be pretty cool. Obviously, client-only signals. This is kind of like what Solid does today, where we can just use server in places. And I can, and then what if you want to like shift the thing, kind of like, you know, move stuff back and forth? What if you have both? You know, because the cool thing about this is, yeah, I started having this idea. What if create async, which I've been talking about for weeks on the stream, as like a new async primitive? What if it didn't only support promises? What if it supported async iterables? And for people who don't know what async iterables are, it shows up on a symbol on a return type. But if you ever have an async generator function, like a generator function like that, like yields await statements, what you get back is an async iterable. Readable streams are async iterables. RxJS observables are actually async iterables. They can be pulled in the same way. So if an async primitive supported async iterables, you basically, that each time the data comes through, it just updates. You'd basically have a built-in mechanism. And you could say that only like the initial run here is when it's suspending until it gets the first data back. And then it just has a stream of data to the back end. Right. This is what I mean by an async generator function, right? It's like yield await, promise resolve this, promise resolve B. And the funniest thing is, and here's a readable stream that's also, and maybe a server-side signal accessor. I was like, maybe if you said a signal was an async iterable, I mean, that's a stretch. But the funny thing is, you might be familiar with Solid, and I showed it here, is you can do this with our use server. We support async iterables with our server functions, because that's how we stream back stuff. It's like a readable stream. So you could picture that you could have, you know, create async, subscribe to like a user or something, a user ID, and then the use server here with that ID sets up this thing, and as long as this, you know, is open, it just continues to send it. And this is just using fetch. I mean, we could talk about server-side events and WebSockets, but it's interesting that even today in SolidStart, we don't have this create async support for async iterables, but if you did, you would almost immediately get streaming support as a primitive into Reactivity. And because this side is guaranteed to be handled by my super async primitive that I've been shouting about for Solid 2.0, everything downstream of sync would just work beautifully, right? The thing is, server sent events are one way, and the fetch is one way. I mean, to be fair, actually, I was thinking it was actually kind of funny. Like, what if I'm explaining one way here with use server, because I'm still picturing that you'd update data, using like an action or something like a server function, and then once you've set the state, it would get picked up by these like things, awaiting data, and then kind of send them back out. But I started thinking, okay, well, could we do it with two-way? Well, maybe, because if you can put a readable stream as a request body too, it's not just the response being a readable stream, but if you could serialize a readable stream outwards, then maybe you could actually use fetch even for two ways. Like, don't get me wrong, you could just say, like, configuration wise, like use server, use fetch, or use WebSockets or something. Like, it's probably possible to like configure the protocol and the communication behind this, right? Because use server is just a reference. It's just a way to tell the bundler how to split the package. The actual implementation could be configurable. But I started thinking about like crazy stuff, like what if you wanted to be able to like pass signal over the wire? So like then you could have memos on the server that listen to signals that you pass through. I think this is extreme. Like, you see the difference of what I did up here. Sorry, when I get to the visual examples, every time the user ID goes, it creates a new fetch request. But usually you're going to subscribe to one user and then you get the stream. And then it's like swap again, tear down, get a new stream. So it makes another request. And when that happens, that's when they async, they're like, we're entering suspense or transition. But what if you could kind of, sorry, where is it? Two-way communication right here. What if you could like send the signal over the wire somehow? See how I'm passing user ID? I'm not calling it as a function. And then it doesn't actually cause create async to run again. It just causes this memo on the server to run again, which then its update value through here triggers. I don't know if there's a use case for it, but I just started thinking, okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Right. I mean, people could use different underlying technologies, but I was like, maybe you could do it with fetch. Kind of interesting. Right. Real-time present. Well, I'm saying, but the difference between this and, I guess, yeah, I'm looking only at getters, like create async. I don't know if there's a use case for two-way in this way that I'm talking about. Like, direct signals probably more interesting. I don't know if like use server is the right syntax for it, but I started thinking, like, what if you could like say, if you exported a signal or an async iterable from a file, what if importing it automatically did it for you? I think I explained why that's probably isn't going to work nicely, because we can't tell the difference between server functions. So I was like toying around with syntaxes, but it'd be interesting if you could essentially just be like, use server, export a signal, and then import it. And then essentially, like, I don't know how useful this one is, because usually you want to subscribe to something. Like, it's if you have a database, you need to subscribe to a specific model, not every change in the database. So I don't know how to pass input into this one, right? So like, it's kind of interesting, yeah, I'm not actually sure if this is a great pattern, but I think that we're, because of AI and because of this kind of stuff we were talking about earlier, for why people are looking at like the server sent UIs. I think there's a lot more potential space here if you're talking about solutions that are not completely stateless. Maybe the state just needs to be serializable. Maybe you have durable objects. I don't know. I think there's something interesting here. I will drop this. I already dropped this in Solid's chat a while ago, but I'll drop this in here in case anyone cares to read it. server dollar in Quick is switching to asynchronous. If you use it as an initial function, you can make it work the same way. Just you just check the content type. Yeah, I mean, our use server does do async iterables. I was more commenting on like this trick here is a compiler trick. Like so, like the syntax difference here. I don't know. Maybe you commented this much earlier. Yeah, it's like it's because I can't differentiate from the syntax, like whether like my idea here was like using a proxy essentially and then going, okay, yeah, this is a signal, because like I want TypeScript to work. I guess this would have the right types. Yeah, so actually TypeScript would work for this. It's more of like, I had a reason. I have to read this again. Tricky part is the client doesn't know what sort of reference it's getting, so you'd have to tell it somehow. Funny enough, it's kind of like the problem I have, why the get API is designed the way it is in SolidStart server functions. Like we need it, even though the reference is a proxy, we still need to know how to call it, so to speak. Like I could make it that all destructuring is automatically it, but what if you have like a memo? Like we need some way when we have this reference to know what we're dealing with before we even make a call. Is what I was trying to say. I don't know if that makes any sense. Yeah, I mean, you could use a different directive. There's different thoughts here. I'm just not sure yet. Use socket, yeah, but I think the biggest thing you have to be careful of, and part of the reason why React does not use action, is you don't want to make a billion of these. You don't want like, it's actually one of the reasons I moved away from server $, is because I realized that it would lead to like everything $, and that's less powerful than, we have to be very particular about the characteristics of the reference. I think I want to say it doesn't necessarily have to represent a single technology. It has to represent a specific type of idea. Anyway, bling 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 bling. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was one of the ultimate deciders, beside the fact that React has pretty much kind of strong-armed us here. It's just it's very tempting and way too easy to make like a billion of these. But the scariest thing about a billion of these is like RxJS. Like, look at how many operators we have. Like that's not a good thing. It is, but it's not. Like, it's scary. Yeah, well, you have to choose what you want those composable things to be, right? Hooks, reactive primitives are fine because they're extension of the same concept. They're all the thing. Like the $, for the most part, in Quick is all the same thing. I guess Quick has a generalizable $, version where you can like make a $, function out of anything. So they have a way of defining the rules at runtime, which I think is probably, I think that's fair. But like I'm talking about, I guess use servers challenge here is like the kind of magic. Like, what does it mean for an import or an export to be use server? What is it actually exporting to the client or whatever? The consistent behavior there, or the references, is more important, I think, than anything. Anyways, use PHP. Yeah, I know everyone. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I think there's a lot of potential here. I was very excited to see Dev's post, and obviously I've been thinking about this recently, and he's been bugging me forever anyways, like not bugging, but kind of like, hey, it's Google I/O. Yeah, I'm just going back in time. Apparently AWS streaming didn't work properly until Dax fixed it. I don't know if everyone saw this. I'm going to post this one just because it's so good. I mean, we need references. We've been handing this one out a bit to people with React teams, trying to say, hey, do you want to try Solid? This is one of our, kind of success cases. for a startup that decided to take a chance with Solid and build a kind of Google Docs style thing. Anyway, yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't. When was the last time I streamed? I think we're at the end here. I want to quickly look here, but I think I streamed with. Wow, April 19th. It's been over a month. So I haven't even told you guys about the awesome new fellowship program. You know what? I'm going to take a minute on this stuff just to kind of wrap up here. We added 2 new fellowships recently, and they're actually. It's funny. Everyone, I told you about that thread where people are saying, "Oh, ecosystem," but like we're investing in our biggest component libraries. So we're putting money towards the maintenance and upkeep and improvement of both Cobalt and Corvu, which are very, very cool component libraries in our ecosystem. If you haven't checked them out, you should, because I hear people all day long talking about these amazing libraries in React. I think we've got some good options here. Corvu is a collection of open source UI primitives for SolidJS that are unstyled, accessible, and aimed to be highly customizable, right? So yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure if we look, we'll find a equivalent React library that is exceptionally popular, that it takes this level. I don't know anything about component libraries. It's gone way too complex for me to figure out what the difference is between all the different ones. But all I know is this stuff is, yeah, pretty good. Yeah, Corvu plus Cobalt Solid UI. I don't even know what that means. It sounds like an equation of some kind. Yeah, so it's very awesome to be able to support these kind of things, because nowadays, and you'll see this, Dave jumping in on the threads, and people are like, "Oh, ecosystem." He's like, "Okay, what are you looking for?" Because legitimately, we can answer the simple, like, ecosystem means a different thing now than it meant a year ago. Even when people say, comparing Solid's ecosystem to React, it's not about not being able to find solutions that they need. It's about like the number of maybe it's not even the number of solution. It's training. It means a much more extended thing than simply like, can you do this in Solid and do those things exist? Because the answer is typically yes. Ecosystem means gatekeeping. I a little bit, doesn't it? You phrased it so well. Oh, sorry. What's solidui.com? Solidui.com. Yeah, I'll take that. Build your component library. Did I put the right one in? Beautifully designed components that let you copy and paste it. Accessible, customizable, open search. I don't even. Yeah, I don't know anything about this, but I'm sure people who are looking at this are like, wow, this is exactly what I was looking for. So, yeah. Solid UI is like Shad CDM built on top of Cobalt and Corvu. Yeah. So I guess this is the hot stuff. This is what everyone's like. Nikhil, I asked him, like, at one point, I'm like, why are you building your stuff in React? And he's like, I can't start a project without Shad CDN. That's what he said to me. And I was like, okay, I have no clue what you're talking about. And I looked it up. I'm like, it's been around for 4 months. Like, this was like almost a year ago. And I'm like, how can you not start any project without it? It's been out for like no time. Well, it led to Vinxi, so it's all good. Anyway. Oh yeah, Shad CN versus Shad CDN. What does this even mean? I'm not cool anymore. Milky Stream was fun. JS Party, this was actually relatively really good, talking about the future of Solid and stuff. My first time on JS Party, this one is actually one of the best podcasts that I've done all year. People comparing signals to go-to statements, and I said they're backlinked. I don't even want to argue about this anymore. Yeah, here's the last one. Programming jokes. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the last stream I was talking about how go-to is always considered like the worst thing, and people you say like the trade-off of signals is like that kind of, linking. But the truth of the matter is like signals do backlink, which is why we can build stuff like DevTools. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even want to get into it. I feel like that's old news, and I feel like we're up to date. Unfortunately, it's going to be a while before I'm streaming again, because I have family vacation and I'm at React Summit the next couple weeks. But I'm just really happy to have seen all the growth around the Solid ecosystem the last little bit. Both reaching SolidStart and now, like, now just like seeing like we release stuff and like people, I mean, I was involved in this, but it's just cool to have content just flow without having to like build it all ourselves. So very cool. I don't even know what use wallet is, but I'm stoked to see that Solid getting shortlisted as like, second or third major framework supporting a lot of libraries. So yeah, I don't know. Anyway, just signals everywhere. Okay, I'm good. I'm done. I don't have anything more this week. It will be in another few weeks till I'm back again, but it was very awesome to hang out with all of you, and honestly, to get a bit of a grip on what, the React Forget stuff. I think it ended up being fairly predictable, kind of what we expected, but now we know. We don't have to say suspicion. We went and we looked at it and we tested it and we understood it. We see the differences. We see some impact on performance, and now we can say we know. Oh, chocolate Easter bunny mentioned. Do I actually have that anywhere? Like looking. Nah. Oh, the old sign. We used to hang this in our practice place. Anyways, it's almost 5 hours. I am hungry. I'm thirsty. I'm not out of water yet. I don't think there's anyone to raid at this time. I don't know. Yeah, I think we're just gonna call it an evening. All right, everyone, have a good one. Until next time.